Hey guys. This is part 4 of What If Naruto was the older brother of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 25, Setting the Pieces. At Training Ground 7. Team 7 gathered to train after having a week off for some long-needed rest, since they were away on a mission for over a month. Naruto knew the life of a shinobi meant being child soldiers essentially, but he wanted them to still have at least some semblances of the child part of their lives, unlike him, Itachi, Kakashi, and many others who came before him. He saw what being forced into a life as a soldier did to the minds of people who didn't have an identity apart from their lives as shinobi. It wasn't always so pretty. He had arrived a little earlier than Narumi, as he had some things he needed to pick up and prepare for the training of his genin. When he arrived, he found Sasuke already there, training his elemental affinity as he waited for the others to arrive. Naruto smiled. He recognized the hard work Sasuke put into his training. He wasn't a genius on the same scale as Itachi, but that was because Itachi was one of those once-in-a-lifetime prodigies. Sasuke was a prodigy as well, but Naruto thought his greatest trait was his willingness to put in the hard work to sharpen his skills. "I see you're making good use of your time," Naruto told Sasuke as he made his presence known to the boy, startling him and breaking his concentration. "Naruto-sensei! I didn't know you were there," Sasuke told Naruto. "Good to see you concentrating so much on improving yourself, but in our line of work, if you're not aware of your surroundings, that might be your death." Sasuke nodded to let Naruto know he understood. "That being said, your control of your lightning affinity has improved dramatically. I think you'll be able to light that bulb up with absolute control in a couple of weeks. Pretty impressive. Like I said before, most Chunin might learn elemental jutsu, but don't master their affinities until they're close to becoming Jonin. The way you guys are mastering your elemental affinities as Genin, by Chunin you'll be able to pick up jutsu faster than anyone," Naruto told Sasuke, who beamed in pride at the praise. "And I gotta give it to you, Sasuke. Your control of your fire affinity is impressive too. The way you were able to string the Hozenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Sage Flower Technique, and Ryoka no Jutsu, Dragon Flame Technique? Hoo boy, that was pretty sweet, I gotta say. That was pretty damn effective. I gotta try that out sometime." That was pretty much the highest praise Sasuke had ever gotten. His idol wanted to use his combination attack? He was practically swooning. "I can tell you're a prodigy, the way you pick up the details of those jutsu, but I'm more impressed with the hard work I can see you putting in. A lot of prodigious shinobi trust in their inherent talents, and fail to put in the effort to really sharpen their skills. I'm proud of you, Sasuke. Keep it up." Sasuke responded with a big smile to Naruto. Finally, someone understood and recognized the effort he put into his craft, rather than just attributing it all to him being a genius. However, his smile faded when he remembered what he wanted to talk about with Naruto. "Thanks, Sensei. But there's something that's kinda been bothering me." "What is it, Sasuke?" Naruto asked the Uchiha Genin. "It's just that I'm 12 now, and I still haven't unlocked my Sharingan. A lot of other Uchiha unlock their Sharingan at a much younger age. Is there something I'm not doing right? I try so hard. I've tried focusing chakra to my eyes for hours, and I've tried leaving things to my instincts as I fight, hoping that'll force my eyes to activate, and I've tried pretty much everything else, but they just won't seem to activate. Do you think I'm one of those Uchiha who can't awaken their Sharingan?" Sasuke asked his sensei. Naruto processed what he heard and thought for a second before responding. "Sure, a lot of Uchiha have unlocked their Sharingan before your age, but most had their Sharingan activated afterwards," Naruto told Sasuke. However, that didn't seem to make Sasuke feel any better, and Naruto could see it. "Sasuke, tell me, do you think the Sharingan is what makes an Uchiha strong?" Sasuke wasn't expecting that question, so he said what came to him naturally. "I mean, without the Sharingan, wouldn't we be the same as any other shinobi? So, I guess I would say the Sharingan is what makes us stronger than the others." Naruto frowned. "So, you think nobody else can be stronger than an Uchiha? How about the Hokage? Or even any of the Hokage before him? Or the Sannin? Or me? Are you saying any Uchiha with a Sharingan will be able to beat us?" That made Sasuke think for a minute. The Hokage were supposed to be the strongest shinobi in the village, but none of them had been Uchiha, and none of them had the Sharingan. None of the legendary Sannin were Uchiha either. I guess not necessarily. But my clan was able to produce some of the strongest shinobi in the village, like Madara, my father, Shursui, or even him. Sasuke didn't even want to say the name of his brother, as it left a bad taste in his mouth. And all of them had their Sharingan. You'll get the Sharingan when you get it. It'll awaken when you need it the most. But that's not what's important. All of those people you mentioned? It's true they had their Sharingan, and they used them to great effect, but they didn't depend on it. The Uchiha in general have other gifts too. For example, the Uchiha have greater than average chakra reserves, and a powerful affinity for fire and Yin release. Yin release? Sasuke asked. You know, techniques like the Ryoka no Jutsu, Dragon Flame technique, require a high degree of shape manipulation. You were able to pick it up a lot faster than others, mostly because you trained harder, but also because your clan has a high affinity for Yin release. You know how chakra is composed of spiritual and physical parts? Well, the Yin chakra, or spiritual chakra, gives form to jutsu. It also gives your clan a proficiency for genjutsu that's higher than most. Naruto answered. So, you're telling me I should try to improve my genjutsu and learn other jutsu to make up for my lack of Sharingan? Sasuke asked. Well, what I'm really trying to say is you don't need to rely on your Sharingan to be strong. Look at me for example. I'd say I'm one of the strongest shinobi in this village, but I don't have a Sharingan. The other Uchiha you mentioned were strong because they trained hard, and had their own skills. For example, Shursui was famous for his unparalleled mastery of a basic technique like the Shunshin, and that allowed him to defeat his foes with ease, even without the Sharingan. Naruto responded. The point I'm trying to make here is that I don't want you to be dependent on the Sharingan, Sasuke. Be strong on your own merit. Then, when you unlock your Sharingan on top of that? Well, can you imagine what I could do if I had a Sharingan as well? Naruto asked Sasuke. Sasuke imagined how strong Naruto could be with a Sharingan. It was frankly scary, and he knew there was a lot more his sensei was hiding. The Sharingan is simply a tool that will really take your existing skills to the next level. The Sharingan alone won't make you an elite ninja. You'll have to be an elite ninja first to really bring out the full potential of the Sharingan. Naruto told Sasuke. Sasuke began to understand what Naruto was saying. He would stop worrying about unlocking his Sharingan, and instead work on getting stronger, trying to become a shinobi who would be feared even without a Sharingan. When he unlocked his Sharingan, he would be an absolute nightmare to fight against. He just needed to set up the foundation to make the most of it when the pieces fell into place. He nodded as he listened to Naruto. Looks like you're understanding what I'm trying to say. I've got just the thing to help you get ready too, Naruto told Sasuke, who was curious to see what his sensei had in mind. A few minutes later, Hinata and Narumi appeared. Great. Now that we're all here, we can start training again, Naruto told his team. So, what we'll be doing today, Anai-chan? Are we gonna work on our elemental affinities again? Narumi asked. She was having the most trouble out of her team when it came to those exercises, and she was getting sick of it. Well, we'll do a little bit of that too, but there's something I want to add to your training, Naruto said as he pulled out a scroll. He proceeded to unseal the contents, which turned out to be several tags which were covered in seals. What I have here are tags which will apply this seal onto the place it is applied on. Think of it as one of those tattoo stickers you guys get with your chewing gum or something, Naruto explained. Naruto handed out 5 seals to each of them. Narumi analyzed the seals when she got hers. So this is an amplification seal, and it looks like it connects to some source of chakra. Is this a wind seal? No, that's not it. Looks like some sort of weight seal. Narumi talked to herself as she tried to see all the different parts that made up the seal. To Sasuke and Hinata, this all just looked like gibberish, and they waited for their sensei to explain. Naruto looked at Narumi proudly. It looked like her Fuinjutsu training was coming along nicely. Very good, Narumi. You got most of the parts correct. This, my dear Genin, is a resistance seal. Basically, it'll make it slightly more difficult to move, like trying to move when you're submerged underwater. It won't be that tough right away. At first, it'll feel similar to trying to walk forward when a strong wind is pushing back at you. There are several levels, and eventually, it'll get to the point when it feels like you're submerged in thick mud and trying to move. Naruto told his Genin. That sounds tough. What's this good for? Narumi asked. Naruto smiled. If you can move normally when there's resistance to your movement, can you imagine how fast you would move if you got rid of that resistance? Naruto asked as he vanished from sight, and appeared behind Narumi, using pure speed. That little demonstration drove the point home. The genin attached the seals to their arms, legs, and torso, and Naruto set them to the lowest level. The resistance wasn't huge, but the genin struggled with the subtle but definite change to how their bodies moved and responded. Things like trying to catch things from the air became extremely difficult, as their brains were struggling to reconcile the speed and amount of strength they needed to move with what they had been accustomed to. So, how is it, guys? Notice any difference? Naruto asked his team. Yeah. It's a lot harder to move, Narumi answered back. Good. Now that we got that over with, let me tell you what we'll be doing for training. He led them to the stream that ran nearby, and had them stand on the water with a leaf stuck to their forehead. We'll be doing some chakra control exercises, Naruto told his genin. Again? That's kinda boring, you know, Narumi said as she rolled her eyes. Is that right? I can spice things up then. A wicked smile appeared on Naruto's face that made the genin feel uncomfortable. Dodge! Naruto yelled as he began throwing stones at them with 2 shadow clones. Sasuke glared at Narumi as he barely dodged a rock that nearly hit him in the face. Narumi laughed sheepishly as she dodged a few stones that were aimed at her head. Hee hee, me and my big mouth, am I right? If any of you drop the leaves or fall into the water, everyone will be running a lap around the entire village before we start all over again. Naruto yelled out as he threw stone after stone. Team 7 groaned. Root HQ, Danzo's office. Danzo sat at his desk, playing a game of chess against himself, as he contemplated his moves. Hiruzen and the Yandame's son have been getting closer and closer, and it's clear Hiruzen has been using the boy against me. Danzo thought to himself as he thought about the couple seals he discovered his base, that he surmised were for surveillance. The seals were too intricate to have been created by anyone else. So, he does a few favors for you, and you do a few for him, Hiruzen? Danzo thought as his lone visible eye glanced over at the report his root spies got for him, that revealed that the Hokage allowed Naruto to form his own team. Such blatant favoritism. It's actually the right thing to do. Why limit a valuable asset with useless rules, or waste resources on weaker shinobi instead of investing into one that is more valuable? Danzo moved a white pawn. However, that's not how the sheep of this village will see it. They will grumble, thinking it is unfair. Danzo moved another black pawn, taking the white one off of the board. They won't even realize they'll be moving just as I want them to. Danzo moved a white bishop to take the black pawn that had just taken the white pawn. He thought back to the latest council meeting. With the extra revenue that was bound to come in from their new alliance and trade agreement with Wave, the Hokage had decided he would begin taxing the populace in a couple months to gather money to pay back Naruto. If there was one thing that shinobi and civilian alike hated, it was taxes. A 5% rise in taxes? That would raise the overall taxes to almost 15%. Danzo smiled. Oh, the people were going to hate it. Danzo would use his civilian connections, town gossips, and rumor spreaders to spread the news about why the taxes would suddenly rise. He would twist the truth, or rather, frame it in such a way that would cause the people to see the Hokage as favoring Naruto, rather than seeing it as paying Naruto back for his involuntary loan to the village during its reconstruction. I lose more of my salary so the Hokage can put it into Naruto's pockets? Now that kind of framing would stir up some discontent amongst the civilians, and many of the shinobi as well. He had plans for the shinobi half of the village as well. He would secretly release the circumstances behind the formation of Team 7 to some of the gossips in town. A few Yamanaka kunoichi would be enough to get the ball rolling. A shinobi bribing the Hokage into letting him pick and choose his own genin, and then proceeding to take the Rookie of the Year and one of the Kunoichi of the Year candidates. Throw in the Jinchuriki of the town in that picture too, and that was just overtly unfair to the other jonin. The news of Naruto taking his genin on an A-rank mission and breaking mission protocols, and then proceeding to get away with it scot-free was already spreading amongst the council and the shinobi ranks. With the benefits Naruto brought to the village from the mission, it would probably fizzle away though. However, Danzo had no intention on letting it die down. He would infect that wound, and make sure it festers. Danzo moved a black knight to take the white bishop, checking the white king and the white queen. White was trapped in a fork maneuver, forcing it to either save its king or its queen. Hiruzen would be forced to either address the complaints of Konoha and distance himself from Naruto, which would drive a wedge in their relationship, or he would cover for Naruto and lose the support of the village, and perhaps even be forced to resign as Hokage. He knew Hiruzen wasn't so stupid as to give up his position as Hokage for just one shinobi, when he knew there was a chance that Danzo would use the opportunity to take control. The old monkey would probably try to stop granting Naruto favors, which he owed Naruto, and try to do damage control. This would probably stir up some disgruntlement from Naruto, who would see the Hokage as breaking his word. Once a crack in their relationship formed, Danzo intended to pick away at it relentlessly, until it would be impossible to repair. Danzo gave the smallest of smirks as he took the White Queen off of the map. Naruto knew too much. He would have to go. He was a valuable asset to the village, but Danzo could tell his loyalty to the village came second. What good was the sharpest sword in the world if its handle cut the user as well? Whatever decision Hiruzen decided to make, Danzo would take full advantage of. He just needed to secretly lay down the pieces in advance to prepare for both possible consequences. The roots of his scheme were branching out and anchoring itself firmly. It would only be a matter of time before its fruit would be seen. Training Ground 7. Naruto looked over at his team, who were glaring at him as they laid on the ground, panting, covered in grime, bruises, and having their clothes soaked in both water and sweat. What a great day of training! I gotta agree with you guys. It's a lot more fun than simple chakra control exercises. It was actually good training for my aim too, Naruto said with a cheeky smile that even his biggest fanboy wanted to slap off of his face. Shadows covered the genin's eyes as they grumbled to themselves. They'd make him pay somehow. Naruto decided he probably should let these kids go for the day, or risk being poisoned or stabbed in his sleep. Alright, well done you guys. You can go get some rest or hang out with your friends or whatever. You are dismissed. He didn't need to tell them twice, as they seemed to vanish, scared that Naruto might change his mind and throw in another training exercise to wrap things up. Damn. Were they always that fast? I guess I need to work harder on my own training if I don't want to be overtaken, Naruto said to himself, before he started walking towards the town. He had some things he needed to discuss with someone. In the streets of Konoha, Izumi was walking back towards the Konoha military police station, when she saw the familiar blonde mop of one of her best friends. Naruto-kun! Izumi yelled out as she ran towards him. Huh! Oh, hey Izumi-chan! How have you been? Naruto asked when he recognized who called him. I've been good, just busy with police work. You'd be surprised at how many civilians think they can get away with crimes in a village full of shinobi, Izumi replied. How about you? Oh, you know. Busy with my cute little genin, Naruto replied. You should have gotten a team. It's pretty fun training them, Naruto said as he thought about his training session earlier. He had too much fun making those kids cry through their pores as he broke them down physically and mentally. Izumi saw the sadistic smile of bliss on Naruto's face. She didn't know what he was thinking about, and she didn't want to find out. Right. So. Anyway, where are you headed? She said in an attempt to change subjects. Oh, I was headed towards the hospital to see if Shizen-san was available, Naruto replied. Izumi's ears perked up. Shizen, huh? How interesting. Izumi had been wondering for years what kind of girl Naruto should be with, and now that she thought about it, Shizen was the perfect girl for him. She was sweet, caring, understanding and kind. Her empathetic and responsible nature was just what Naruto needed to bring some love and stability in his life. She decided she would try to set them up together. Shizen-san, huh? She said with a mischievous grin. You guys got something going on? Yeah, Naruto responded, which made Izumi almost fall on her face in surprise. What? Izumi yelled out in shock. Since when? Why did you not tell me? Since, I guess, like a few days after I got my genin team? I don't know. You never asked? Naruto asked back. He couldn't understand Izumi's reaction. Naruto was a sharp ninja, and was very good at looking underneath the underneath, easily finding traps and dangers. However, when it came to things like relationships, he was very oblivious, especially when it involved himself. He wasn't even aware of the fangirls he had, and they were pretty obvious. Due to his childhood experiences, he was more alert to social interactions that involved using people or being used by people, like how he manipulated the Hokage to get the genin he wanted, or how council members used their influence to get what they wanted. He couldn't really understand love that well, other than his love for his sister, and he definitely didn't understand women's hearts. So you started dating Shizen-san, and you never thought about telling me, one of your best friends? Izumi shouted at Naruto. Naruto's face lost a little color as he took a couple steps back in shock. Dating? Who said anything about dating? Naruto stammered out, flustered. Like most men, he could see if a woman was beautiful, and appreciated it, but he never thought about dating, as he was too busy. It was Izumi's turn to be confused again. Huh? Didn't you just say you and Shizen-san had something going on? Yeah. Something going on, as in, she helps train one of my genin. We aren't in a romantic relationship. Naruto yelled back in response. Oh. Geez, Naruto, you should know what people mean when they ask you if something is going on between you and someone. Izumi told Naruto. Her face broke out into another mischievous grin when she saw how flustered he had become at the mention of being in a relationship. But what's with that reaction? Getting all flustered and all. Could it be that you have feelings for her? Izumi teased. Aw, is my cute, little, emotionally stunted Naruto-chan all grown up now? Shut up. Who says I'm flustered? Naruto shouted back. He needed to get his emotions back under control. He felt more vulnerable than he had in years. I was just taken by surprise. I don't have any feelings for her. Naruto responded, his voice a little more under control now. That's too bad. Why not her? What's wrong with Shizen-san? Izumi asked. Well, Naruto paused to think. She wasn't dripping with sex appeal like some of the other women in Konoha with massive chests, hourglass figures, luscious hair, and provocative clothing, but she was still beautiful in his opinion. She had a very good personality, and she was very loyal, as he saw when she stuck by Tsunade when she was at her lowest, and loyalty was something Naruto valued a lot. That being said, there were a lot of women that were beautiful in Konoha. Hell, even the few women he had some sort of relationship with, like Anko or Yugao, were easy on the eyes, though perhaps a little more difficult to deal with. Just because someone was beautiful and had a good personality didn't mean he was in love with them. Well, I guess I just never really considered her. It's not just her though. I just never really thought about being in a relationship. Naruto told his Uchiha friend. That's too bad. You should give it a try though. It's pretty great. Izumi replied, briefly closing her eyes and remembering the time she was able to have with Itachi. She missed him. Naruto saw the smile on Izumi's face as she reminisced, and realized she was thinking about Itachi. You miss him, don't you? Naruto asked. Izumi nodded. She decided to quickly shift the attention back to Naruto. She wasn't ready to talk about Itachi in public yet. She still loved him, and couldn't hold back the tears whenever she talked about him. Anyway, you should throw yourself out there. I'm sure there are plenty of women who would like to date you. I'm sure Shizen-san wouldn't mind if you took her out for dinner. Life is a lot better when you have someone you love you can share it with, you know. Izumi told Naruto. I mean, I guess, but I'm not really in a rush. It'll happen when it happens. Naruto told Izumi. She was the second Uchiha he told that phrase to today. I don't know, Naruto-kun. It just sounds to me like you're procrastinating since you're too scared to talk to girls. Izumi teased. Hey! I'm not scared of talking to girls. Naruto yelled back. I'm sure you aren't, Naruto-kun. Izumi said sarcastically, as she began to run away from an annoyed Naruto. Anyway, think about what I said. I gotta get back to the station. See ya, Naruto-kun. Izumi yelled out as she waved goodbye. Naruto waved goodbye as he rolled his eyes. If it had been anyone else, he would have showed them what happens when they messed with him. The cheek on that girl. He turned around to head to the hospital again, seemingly brushing off what he had heard from Izumi. However, the seeds had been planted somewhere in the back of his mind. Training Ground 7 Naruto's team had been training with the tutor system again for another couple weeks. Their skills were developing at a good rate, and Hinata had already been able to master the light bulb exercise, able to turn on the bulb with her lightning chakra and even adjust the brightness at will. Sasuke was having a lot more success with his bulb exercise as well, being able to light it, but he's still unable to keep a steady flow going, and the brightness would flicker. Narumi was having the most trouble. Her chakra was too potent, and she had made about 100 bulbs explode during her training. She still had some progress, and now she was able to light up the bulb at maximum brightness without exploding it right away, but it would still flicker, and would even explode occasionally. They were developing in their other skills as well. Sasuke was able to reduce the number of hand seals that were needed for his fire jutsu, as well as improve his genjutsu skills from training with his mother. Hinata had been working on acupuncture with Shizen, and her accuracy with Saban had been increasing to the point that she could hit the pressure points she aimed for 8 out of 10 times, which was impressive, as hitting tiny pressure points with a thin needle required a lot more precision than hitting the bullseye on a target with kunai. Naruto had been training Narumi with making seals, as well as working on her water jutsu during their time with the team. She had learned how to perform the Mizurappa no Jutsu, water trumpet technique, but she was still having trouble with it, as she hadn't mastered her water affinity yet. Naruto thought it would be better for her to master one affinity at a time, and had merely taught her the water jutsu as a tool she could have in her belt if she ever needed it. He would teach her his huge arsenal of water jutsu later. What bothered him was the fact that her lightning affinity kept bleeding into her water jutsu. While it made her jutsu a lot more deadly, he didn't want her to leak her secret Kekkei Genkai yet. He wanted to work on that at home, but they had more pressing training to worry about at home. Alright team, we've done a lot of training recently. How about another mission? Naruto asked his genin. Yes. Please. It's been forever since we last went on a mission, Nii-chan. Narumi yelled out. Sasuke nodded as well. He had been getting antsy for some more action. Naruto chuckled. Alright. We'll go get a mission. At the mission board. They were at the mission board a few minutes later, looking at the list of C-rank missions that were available. An escort mission caught Naruto's eye. It was a mission escorting the Taki delegate back to Takigakure. The man had been brought up several times in council meetings. He decided he would take this one. While C-rank missions were pretty easy, they still had a small risk of danger, so genin teams couldn't just take them like they were D-rank missions. They needed to take the mission to the Hokage and get permission. As a result, Team 7 soon found themselves in front of the Sandaime. Team 7 reporting for duty, Naruto said as he gave the old man a salute. Hiruzen gave the team in front of him a warm smile. So, what can I do for you today? He asked. We would like permission to take this C-rank mission, Hokage-sama. Naruto told him as he placed the mission scroll on Hiruzen's desk. The Sandaime took the scroll and read over it. An escort mission to Taki. He hoped this mission would go smoothly for once, and that the trouble that seemed to follow Naruto would be absent this time. Alright. I approve, Hiruzen said as he stamped the scroll with his stamp of approval. Try to avoid trouble this time, will you? Hiruzen asked Naruto. Naruto responded with a shrug. Hey, it's not like I asked for it last time. I just saw good opportunities that I couldn't afford to not take. Hiruzen sighed. He wished Naruto would be more conventional sometimes. Alright. Just make sure nothing bad happens. You guys are dismissed. Team 7 left the Hokage's office with a smile on their faces, albeit for varying reasons. After saving an entire country last time, Narumi and Sasuke wondered what would be in store this time. They were excited for more action. Hinata was hoping to get a normal C rank, one that suited their genin status better. Unless the client was lying again, they would have a proper C rank mission for the first time. Alright Team 7! Go home and pack for a 2-week-long mission! Naruto ordered his team, who nodded and ran home to prepare. Naruto smiled when he saw his genin's enthusiasm. He was excited to see how his genin would surprise him with their growth this time. He had no idea what each of them were about to get into. Chapter 26, Mission to Taki Part 1. Team 7 set out at 7 in the morning the day after getting their mission from the Hokage, after meeting their client, the delegate from Takigakure. The client was Shibuki, the son of the leader of Takigakure, and he was to be escorted back to his home village after spending a couple months in Konoha, discussing and negotiating details of their renewed alliance. Team 7 discovered he was a coward as they escorted him, when they saw how he flinched at the smallest noises and constantly looked over his shoulder. It made Naruto wonder if Shibuki had people who were after him. It was not befitting of his status of next in line as village leader. They also discovered another aspect of Shibuki. He was rude and condescending. At least when he talked to them. It all came together to make for a very troublesome escort mission, despite the fact that they didn't run into any trouble. Sasuke and Narumi were disappointed the mission was going too easily. It was sometime in the afternoon, when Shibuki suddenly stopped the entourage. "All right. This is good enough. You guys can go now," Shibuki announced abruptly. "Eh? What do you mean? We're supposed to take you all the way to your village," Narumi said out loud in confusion. "This is as close as I'm willing to let you guys come to Taki," Shibuki responded. "How come?" Sasuke asked. "The entrance to Taki is a village secret which has protected our village for decades. Unlike you other hidden villages, our village is actually hidden. We don't let foreigners enter our village," Shibuki told Team 7, much to their displeasure. "What? That's stupid. So now what?" Narumi asked unhappily. "Now you go home. Do whatever. I don't really care," Shibuki told Narumi. The entourage was then approached by children of the village who had been outside. "Shibuki-san!" The children yelled as they came to Shibuki. Team 7 saw that the children looked friendly with Shibuki, and vice versa, and were surprised. Was he only a jerk to them? "What are you kids doing out here?" Shibuki asked the children. "We were out here picking up trash. Can you help us?" the children asked. Shibuki did not want to pick up trash, but wanted to help the children of his village out. He turned around and saw a very good solution. "All right. You guys can help them pick up the trash around here." Shibuki basically ordered his escorts. "Hey! Our mission was to escort you to your village, not to pick up your trash," Narumi yelled out, and her two friends nodded in agreement to back her up. "Fine, I'll hire you for another mission to pick up trash then. You can knock off 2 missions in the time to do one," Shibuki proposed. Naruto rolled his eyes, but he thought for a moment. By the time they were done picking up the trash, the sun would probably be setting. Unless Shibuki was a complete asshole, he would probably let them stay for the night, since they were there at his request. "Fine. We'll accept your mission," Naruto told Shibuki, much to the surprise of his genin who thought he would turn down such a menial mission. The team soon found themselves picking up trash. Naruto gave them a little incentive by making it a competition to see who can pick up the most, with the winner receiving a prize from him. Narumi was about to form shadow clones to help her, but Naruto forbade her from doing so, saying that would be cheating. Soon, the sun was starting to set, and the genin were done picking up the trash, with Narumi winning the competition, as Hinata wasn't too good with manual labor, and Sasuke thought the work was beneath him. "All right, Shibuki-san. My team is done picking up the trash," Naruto told Shibuki. "Good. We'll send the pay for that mission to Konoha. You can go now," Shibuki told Naruto. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean leave? It's almost nightfall and you want us to head back?" Shibuki nodded. "I don't think so. They've been running ever since we left Konoha this morning. They need some rest," Naruto responded. "Well, you can camp out here if you want. You can leave in the morning tomorrow," Shibuki told Naruto. "Your village is right in the vicinity, and you want us to camp outside? Don't you think that's a bit extreme? I mean, we've tolerated your rudeness, but this is crossing the line," Naruto argued. "Hey, it's our village policy. There's nothing I can do," Shibuki responded. "Help! The village is under attack." A cry for help rang throughout the air, distracting Shibuki from his argument with Naruto. "Oka-chan!" One of the kids cleaning up the trash yelled out when he saw his mom running towards them in a disheveled state, and collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. "What happened?" Shibuki asked the woman, who was on her knees supported by her son. "I don't know. Strange shinobi have appeared and attacked the village. Many of our shinobi are injured." She barely managed to cry out before passing out. Shibuki looked at Team 7 in desperation. He needed their help. Naruto saw this and shrugged. "Hey, don't look at us. We're busy trying to set up camp. Don't you know we can't enter your village? It's village policy. Nothing we can do." He repeated back what Shibuki had told him earlier, holding back a smirk. "Please, come and help us. I'll pay extra for the mission. We'll let you stay in the village afterwards for as long as you want. Just please help us," Shibuki begged, their positions taking a complete 180. Naruto turned around to look at his genin. Hinata and Narumi wanted to help, because they didn't like leaving people in need, and the poor boy crying over his mother broke their hearts. Sasuke wanted to help for slightly less noble reasons, as he wanted some action from this boring mission. Naruto wanted to help because he wanted to sleep inside a warm building instead of camping outside in a tent. Fine. This will be at least a B-rank mission, Naruto told Shibuki. Fine. Now please help us, Shibuki cried out. Naruto motioned for his genin to get ready for action. Follow me, Shibuki yelled out, as he led his escorts towards a giant waterfall. Inside Takigakure, the team had to enter the waterfall and swim through an intricate underwater maze, with air pockets and random spots that only the residents of Taki were aware of. Even Naruto had to be a little impressed. If you knew where you were going, it was quite simple to enter, but if you were trying to find your way through on your own, you would most likely drown, unless you had some advanced jutsu that would let you breathe underwater. With some seals, he imagined he would be able to make this village nearly impossible to enter without permission. When they entered Taki, they were greeted by the sight of chaos. There were injured shinobi all over the place, and there were still many fights taking place. The Taki shinobi were taken completely by surprise by the invading force of Missing Nin, as they had gotten complacent from the protection provided by their village's hidden entrance, and were caught off guard. The Taki shinobi weren't as high of a caliber as Konoha ninja to begin with, so even though the force of invaders would have been easily repelled by a village like Konoha, they had lost quite a few shinobi. Still, they were rallied by their leader, Shibuki's father, and were able to put together a counterattack when they were able to gather enough shinobi from different parts of the village, and recall them from nearby missions, to halt the advance of their invaders. Shibuki saw his father glowing visibly with an incredible amount of chakra, and dispatching several squads of Missing Nin by himself with his Takigakure, Mizukiri no Yaiba, Taki-style, water-cutting sword, while the other Taki Jonin and Chunin fought individual shinobi. Shibuki paled when he realized what had happened. His father had drunk the hero water of Taki. The hero water was a special liquid that was harvested once in 100 years from a giant tree hidden in the village, that gave a massive boost to chakra in exchange for the user's life force, a trade-off that reduced the user's lifespan proportionally to number of times the user's chakra was increased. Due to the challenge in fighting a superior number of enemies and caught off guard, Shibuki's father was forced to drink the hero water of Taki to protect his village and buy time until his shinobi could organize themselves. Naruto and his genin joined the fight, and with the Taki Nin that seemed to arrive in droves by the minute, the Missing Nin were soon exterminated. This wasn't what was agreed upon. They said the entrance to Taki would be exposed and that the defense would be minimal, one of the Missing Nin said, as he lay on the ground injured. It was supposed to be an easy job. The Missing Nin's eyes widened when he saw someone approach. You were Dash. The Missing Nin was shortly silenced forever, when a Jonin named Suyen stepped forward and shoved his Mizukiri no Yaiba, water-cutting sword, through the man's throat. Looks like that's the last of them, Suyen reported with a dissatisfied look on his face. Shibuki's father nodded, before the chakra around him faded, and he began coughing up blood. Otasama! Shibuki yelled as he ran to his father. Shit! The side effects of the hero water are worse than I had imagined. Looks like this is the end for me. The leader of Taki coughed out, as his face began to grow paler. You'll have to lead and protect this village from now on. I know it's a heavy burden, but you can do this. Suyen will help you, Shibuki's father managed to weakly say, before he slumped over in Shibuki's arms. I'm sorry I won't be there to teach you and guide you, as I pass on the leadership to you. But you are my son. I'll put my faith in you. Those were the last words of the leader of Taki, as he died in his son's arms. Shibuki sobbed as he held his father's body, and Suyen stepped up to put his hand on Shibuki's shoulders, a gesture to comfort him. He was a good man. Taki will miss his wisdom and leadership. Suyen told Shibuki, I'll do all that I can to help you lead this village, like your father had done before you. Shibuki nodded weakly. His sacrifice will not be in vain. At least we were able to stop the attackers from destroying the village or doing whatever they had been planning. The village is now safe. Suyen told Shibuki. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Naruto cut in abruptly. Suyen glared at Naruto. We don't need your opinion, outsider. Suyen spat out the last word with venom. What do you mean? Why do you say that? Shibuki asked through his sobs. Didn't you hear the guy before he was stabbed by Suyen-san here? He said someone told them that the entrance would be exposed. They were told how to get in. I noticed as I came here. It's nearly impossible for outsiders to get in here unless they are guided by someone who knows the way. They had help from someone inside the village. Naruto explained. That's a huge assumption that extrapolates wildly what a delusional invader said as he was dying. Besides, we can take care of our own problems, outsider. We don't need your half-baked assumptions distracting us from taking care of our problems. Suian replied. You made a mistake bringing them here, Shibuki. Suian scolded Shibuki. We could have dealt with this on our own. They were a big help. They were able to take care of a huge number of them. It could have been worse if it weren't for them, Shibuki said in defense of his actions. It was short-sighted. Now a bunch of Konoha shinobi know our secret. They'll now go back and tell Konoha. Suian told Shibuki. But they're our allies. Shibuki answered back. As if that means anything. In this world, today's allies might become tomorrow's enemies in a blink of an eye. Suian told Shibuki. Naruto smirked. Ain't that the truth? Someone close to you just might stab you in the back when you least expect it, he said as he looked Saiyan in the eye. What are you trying to say? Suian asked angrily. Are you accusing me of being a traitor? Naruto put up his hands. Whoa. Slow down there. I was just agreeing with what you said. No need to be so sensitive. Naruto replied with a cheeky smile. He gave Narumi a glance, and the two seemed to communicate through their gaze. Shibuki looked over at Naruto. So now what? Shibuki asked. Suian cut in with his reply. We tally up our casualties and treat our injured shinobi. We'll have a funeral service for your father. Then we need to fix the damages done to the village. Very good plan. You do that. Meanwhile, me and my team will be getting some food and finding a place to stay for the night. Naruto replied. Wait, how about the inside help the intruders we're talking about? The traitors? Shibuki asked. Don't get distracted by wild, unbased assumptions, Shibuki. There are more pressing matters. Suian stated. More important than plugging up a hole in security? Really explains why it was so easy for intruders to enter, with that kind of mindset. Naruto scoffed. Suian stepped up to Naruto's face in anger. What was that? You have a problem with how we do things here? Just go find your hotel room or whatever, and stay out of our domestic affairs. Naruto wasn't intimidated in the slightest. As a matter of fact, I do. I came here to make sure Shibuki-san got here safely, in order to make sure he can keep the agreement between Taki and Konoha. Our allies' safety is important to Konoha, and with such a glaring issue staring at me in the eye, I would be neglecting my mission if I let something that could harm Shibuki-san, Taki, and our treaty just linger and not take care of it. Naruto flared his chakra, and directed his killing intent to Suian, daring him to lay a hand on him. Did this Suian really think he could take him on? Suian froze up when he felt Naruto's heavy aura pressing down on him. He felt his throat closing in on itself, as all the saliva in his mouth dried up. He saw visions of his death briefly, before the man stopped sending his killing intent towards him. It was a brief moment, but that was all Suian needed for him to realize Naruto was dangerous. He had felt like a mouse in front of a lion. He knew then that he was no match for the blonde Konohanin in front of him. Damn! This Konoha bastard is ruining my plans, Suian thought to himself. There was nothing he could do at the moment though. He decided to back down for now and wait for a better opportunity. So, what do you suggest we do, Naruto-san? Shibuki asked, suddenly respectful to Naruto after seeing him fight. I suggest we go through and interrogate your shinobi, and see who is the most likely candidate of being the traitor. Naruto suggested. I have some experience with interrogation, so I don't mind doing it myself. And why would we leave such an important task in the hands of a foreigner? Suian asked. Because it was clear that they had help from the inside. We don't know who that is, so it would be unwise to leave the job to insiders. I have a vested interest in rooting out the traitor and making sure Taki is safe and able to keep their end of the treaty, so obviously, I am the best candidate for such a task. Don't you agree? Naruto replied with a smile that left Suian furious but unable to express it. He had to agree with his logic. Then please lead the interrogations, Naruto-san. This village will owe you. Please stay for as long as you need to root out the traitors. We'll provide you with everything you might need. Shibuki asked. He had just become the leader of Taki, and he didn't need a traitor in their midst. Things were chaotic enough just dealing with the death of his father, and the damages done to the village. Naruto smiled and nodded. But first, we're gonna need some food. In downtown Taki? Sheesh, don't they have any ramen here? Narumi asked as Team 7 looked for a place to eat. I'm sure they'll have other things that are good. Since they have a lake nearby, I'm sure they'll have some good fish. Naruto suggested. They were looking around at some potential places they could have their dinner, when a nearby commotion caught their attention. I told you not to come by here, you damn demon! An owner of a small eatery yelled out as he threw a young girl with mint green hair out of his store. Geez! All I did was ask if you had any leftovers you were going to throw out. The girl yelled back as she got up to a sitting position up on the ground. Go look elsewhere. Don't show your face around here. The man yelled out before slamming the door in her face. Sheesh. That's the third store that threw me out now. Maybe I'll just go and catch my own food again. Here I was, thinking maybe I'll eat something special for my birthday. The girl muttered to herself as she brushed some of the dust off of herself. Naruto knocked on the door of the restaurant, and the man opened the door roughly, expecting to see the village pariah. What did I say? Oh. Sorry about that. Thought you were someone else. Yeah, clearly. A man's gotta wonder what a little girl has to do to be treated so harshly? Naruto asked, irked at the girl's treatment. Meanwhile, Narumi sensed the extreme loneliness and hurt the girl was feeling, and ran over to her. Hey! Are you alright? Narumi asked as she helped the girl get back up to her feet. Geez! What a mean old man! She yelled as she glared at the store owner who was talking to Naruto. Yeah. I'm fine. I'm used to that from him. It's like that with most people around here anyway. The girl replied. That's horrible. Hinata quietly commented. What? Why would they treat you so badly? Sasuke asked. That's so messed up. Narumi yelled out. The mint-haired girl didn't want to say the real reason, and tried to steer the conversation away from that topic. Whatever. Maybe it's because I hid some bugs in his underwear before. Narumi processed what she heard for a second, before she burst out into laughter. She loved pranks, though Naruto made sure she didn't pull any pranks that were too extreme so that she wouldn't be even more hated in the village. Oh man! That's a good one! I like you! You're pretty cool! Narumi told the girl as she slapped her shoulder as she laughed. The girl seemed to brighten up when she heard that. No one had told her that before. Most people in Taki could barely stand her presence, save for Shibuki, and they treated her almost like an insect. Really? You mean that? The girl asked, still a little skeptical. Yeah, of course. You seem alright to me. I'm Narumi, by the way. It's nice to meet you. These are my teammates and best friends, Sasuke and Hinata. Say hi, guys. Narumi told her teammates. The girl had a wide smile on her face. Somebody actually wanted to talk to her, spend time with her. I mean, they were foreign shinobi, but at least they didn't seem to hate her. She decided she would hide her secret and enjoy their company while she could, before she had to return to her life of solitude as a pariah of the village. Hi! I'm Fu. It's good to meet you guys too. The mint-haired girl introduced herself. Cool. Always nice to make another friend. Narumi told Fu. We're friends? Fu asked in disbelief. Yeah. Of course. I mean, unless you don't want to. Narumi replied. No. I'd love to be friends. Fu waved her hands in front of her to clear up that notion. Yay! Now I'm one step closer to making 100 friends. Fu yelled as she pumped her fist in the air in celebration. Wow! 100 friends? That's quite a lot. What number are we? Narumi asked. Fu blushed a little. Well, I guess you guys are numbers 2, 3, and 4 if you only count people, but hey! Still an improvement. As long as you're doing better today than you were yesterday. Am I right? Narumi smiled. She liked how this girl thought. Fu was pretty similar to her. That's a very positive and immature way to think, Fu-san. Hinata replied. Meanwhile, Naruto wrapped up his talk with the shop owner. Well, you sure won't be getting our patronage. Grow the hell up and get over yourself. Nobody other than the restaurant owner heard the other things Naruto said to him, but he was a lot paler and less confident looking than before, when Naruto closed the door in his face. When Naruto walked over to his genin, he found them talking to the girl, and having a good time getting to know each other. He smiled when he saw how Narumi and the mint-haired girl seemed to be getting along as if they had known each other all of their lives. She seemed to have a talent for making friends. If only they gave her a chance. He looked over at the green-haired girl. He knew right away what her identity was. He could sense it. He could also see all the similarities between the girl and Narumi, and felt for her. He decided he would do what he could for the girl while he was there. So, it looks like you three made a new friend? Naruto asked, and they nodded. In that case, let me introduce myself. I'm Naruto, Narumi's brother, and the sensei of these three. Naruto told Fu. Hi. I'm Fu. Nice to meet you. Naruto and Narumi, huh? I'll call you guys the nearest siblings then. Naruto laughed. He remembered a time when he told his parents that people would call them that. Things were simpler back then. Hey, that's a good one. Nice to meet you too, Fu. Naruto told Fu as he gave her a fist bump. How about we get out of here and eat somewhere else? The stench of some bigoted assholes is ruining my appetite. Why don't you join us, Fu? Fu was in shock yet again. Really? You don't mind if I join? Naruto waved her off. Of course not. It would be our pleasure. Tell me, Fu, where's the nicest and most expensive place in town? Fu looked at Naruto, a little unsure if she should tell him the actual place, as it was rather pricey, and operated on a reservation basis. I guess there's the Waterfall Pagoda, but it's pretty expensive, and you need to have a reservation. I'm not sure what the food is like, since I've never been there. Well, why don't we head over and find out? Naruto replied. At the Waterfall Pagoda, the group of 5 were let into the restaurant, after Naruto had a talk with the manager. They were led to a VIP room that gave them privacy from the other diners. The genin weren't sure what Naruto did to get them in, as they had initially been denied entrance as they didn't have a reservation. All they knew was the manager was bowing to Naruto in a complete 90-degree bow, and was personally serving them. Fu looked around the place, being a complete stranger to luxury. She wasn't even allowed into the smallest of restaurants usually, and now, here she was, in the nicest place in town. Naruto smiled as the manager brought them the menu. Ah, bribes. The magic they could do. What a wonderful life. He could get used to this. He decided to give a silent toast to Gato. Order whatever you guys want. Don't worry about the price. Naruto told his genin and Fu. Narumi was in shock. Who was this person pretending to be her brother? The Naruto she knew was a stingy person who tried to save every penny. Fu was also in shock. She had never had someone treat her like this. As she looked through the menu, she saw that she didn't recognize half of the things on the menu. These things were all too fancy for someone like her. Are you sure? Some of these things are pretty pricey. Fu asked. She was used to eating things she had foraged or hunted herself. For her, a fancy meal was eating teriyaki chicken from a small restaurant that Shibuki brought for her on the rare occasion. Of course. In fact, if you don't know what you want, I could order for you guys. Naruto offered. Fu didn't want to be rude or a burden, and decided to let Naruto order for her, so she wouldn't look a rude person by ordering something that was absurdly expensive, as everything appeared to be on the menu. She was thinking of getting the cheapest thing after all. She didn't want to make a bad impression on one of the few people that showed her kindness, or take advantage of them. She felt a little awkward and out of place overall, as all this was new for her. Excuse me? Yes, we'd like to order one of everything on the menu. You can bring them out one at a time, as they get prepared. Naruto told the manager, who bowed a 90-degree bow once again, and thanked him over and over as he left towards the kitchen, Ryo's signs practically visible on his eyes. Fu was flabbergasted. Just who was he? How could he afford all of this food? This way we don't have to choose what we want. Just try some of everything. Sounds alright, right? Naruto asked Fu, who nodded excitedly. Naruto smiled. He could see a lot of Narumi in Fu. Geez, Nichan. Are you sure? I thought you hated spending money. This is more expensive than the Narumi Birthday Special Supreme Ramen Deluxe 2000. Narumi asked Naruto. Naruto winced when he remembered that expensive ramen with the ridiculously long name that he was surprised that Narumi remembered. Well, today's a special day, so it's my treat to you guys. Naruto replied to Narumi. What's the occasion? Narumi asked. Well, it's to celebrate your new friendship with Fu here, Naruto said as he raised his glass of wine, and motioned for the others to raise their glasses of expensive non-alcoholic drinks. To Fu and her new friends. They cheered. Fu felt something warm in her chest and stomach. She was slightly overwhelmed by the kindness of the people who had been strangers just an hour ago. She almost cried, but decided a happy moment like this deserved a cheerful attitude, rather than tears. "Thanks everyone!" she yelled out with a wide smile on her face. "To my new friends!" And she drank her juice. At the nicest hotel in Fu lay on her bed, unable to sleep. It was nearly 2 in the morning, but there was too much to think about. Here she was, lying on what felt like clouds. Were all beds other than hers this nice? Or was this a really high-quality one? She couldn't believe that she was here, in the nicest hotel in Taki, as an actual guest. She had passed by this place many times before, but she never imagined she would be allowed in here, when she could barely enter stores to buy necessities, let alone luxuries. Today had been a crazy day, which started out bad, as usual, but by the time it ended, several of her dreams had come true. She had been able to eat to her heart's content, eating the things she had always dreamed of trying, and even more things that were even better than the things she wanted to try. Then, they took her along as they went shopping, and bought her anything she wanted, and even got stuff for her when she couldn't choose. Then, they invited her to stay with them at this amazing hotel, while they were in Taki. However, those weren't the best parts. The best part? That was the fact that she had made 4 friends in a single day. In one day, her pool of friends had grown by 500%. She wondered if she had dreamt this all up on her rickety bed in the shack on the outskirts of town, and pinched herself. Oh! She knew she wasn't dreaming now. She thanked whatever gods had answered her prayers. They seemed to have ignored her all this time, but it looked like the backed-up prayers were finally coming through. To Fu it felt like all of what she imagined her birthdays should have been like were all combined into one glorious day. To think someone would celebrate her existence and company. She didn't even tell them it was her birthday. It was hard to believe this was real. Is this what it feels like to have a family? Fu thought to herself as she thought about the nearest siblings. Narumi felt like a long-lost sister, and Naruto felt like both a loving brother and doting father. She felt her stomach and chest feel warm again, and a couple tears rolled down her tan face, while a huge smile formed on her lips. She was incredibly grateful she got to meet these people, but there was a tinge of sadness to her mood when she realized these people were from Konoha. They would be leaving soon, and she didn't know when she would see them again. Her mind was swimming with all of these mixed feelings and crazy experiences, so she decided to go out to the balcony to get some fresh air clear her mind. When she went there, she found Naruto there, lying on one of the recliners, as he gazed at the giant tree at the center of the village that overlooked a lake that reflected the moonlight from above to make a beautiful scene. He didn't turn around, but he somehow knew she was there, and patted on the recliner next to him, motioning to Fu to lay down on it. She shrugged and went over and laid down, mirroring Naruto's pose, with his legs crossed, and his hands on the back of his head. "Having trouble sleeping?" Naruto asked Fu. "Yeah. I guess so," Fu replied. "Something bothering you?" Naruto asked. Fu shook her head. "Nah, not really. Indigestion then? I wouldn't be surprised. Man, you and Narumi were really packing that food away like there was no tomorrow," Naruto responded. Fu giggled. "Nah. It's nothing like that. I'm not about to let anything that delicious make me sick." Naruto chuckled. "Alright then. If you want to tell me anything, you know where to find me." He decided he'd let the girl open up when she was ready. The two sat there in a comfortable silence for a few minutes before Fu felt comfortable to tell Naruto what was on her mind. "It's just that. I don't know. I guess it was just a crazy day. A lot to take in, you know." "I'd imagine. Looks like the people here aren't so fond of you," Naruto responded. "Yeah. They're mostly just jerks. If you asked me, they all need to take the sticks out of their butts," Fu told Naruto, inciting a laugh from him. "That got me wondering though. Why are you guys being so nice to me? I mean, you guys barely know me." Fu asked. "Why not? I'd say you deserve good things too, no? What could you have possibly done as a 12 or 13-year-old to deserve all of this crap?" Naruto asked in response. Fu stayed silent. The answer to that question was something she wanted to hide. She didn't want the few people that liked her and cared about her to find out her secret and hate her as well. "Besides, I know more about you than you know, Miss Lucky Number 7, Naruto said casually. Fu's tan face strained of all its color. "No. He knew. Why how did you know?" Fu stammered out. Drat. She knew things were going too well. It was bound to go bad eventually like it always did for her. "I have my ways," he responded, and saw that Fu was a moment away from freaking out. Relax, Fu-chan. I don't really care. For all I care, you're just another teen girl. A pretty cool one, if you asked me, Naruto told Fu. Fu was on an emotional roller coaster tonight. She was going from grateful, happy, sad, scared, nervous, anxious, and now confused. She was having trouble processing her feelings, and also what was going on. What do you mean? How do you not care? I'm a demon! Fu yelled out to Naruto. Naruto lazily picked his ear. I don't know about all that. You seem a little too cute to be a demon to me, he said lazily. Kakashi would be proud. Fu blushed, but that didn't really help her understand what was going on. She couldn't find words to respond with. Besides, I don't really want to hear that garbage. You're no more a demon than Narumi is, he added. Fu was touched. He knew what she was, but he accepted her for what she was, and he didn't hate her, going so far as to compare her with his sister. It appeared he accepted her more than she accepted herself. Thanks. That was all Fu was able to manage to say. Naruto just smiled as he continued to look out towards the lake. No problem. The two were content as they stared out into the beautiful scenery in front of them for a few minutes, before Fu gathered her courage to ask him a question. Naruto-san? She asked. What is it? Can I call you Oni-san? She asked nervously. She knew it was a strange thing to ask, but she always wanted a family, and she felt this was her best chance of finding some semblance of one. Naruto chuckled. Sure thing, Imoto. Fu smiled a brilliant smile, a bigger smile than she had ever smiled before. She launched herself at Naruto, and embraced him in a hug. Thanks, Naruto and I-san. Meanwhile, somewhere else in Taki, another person in Taki was having trouble sleeping, but it wasn't because he was overwhelmed with grateful and happy emotions. He angrily slammed his bottle into the table. Damn it all! Everything was going according to plan. I was able to get rid of him by hiring those missing nin, and he was able to help kill them all, so they can't expose me, and I wouldn't have to pay them. Then here comes his son, that fucking cowardly rat Shibuki, and his damn guard dog. Fuck him. Why did he have to show up now? If he just came a week later, I could have become the leader of this village. Suion thought to himself as he fumed. And now, that blonde bastard is going to be interrogating our shinobi. If he finds out I'm the traitor, it'll all be over. He took another swig from his bottle of alcohol. Maybe I can assassinate him? Suion shook his head. No, he knew there was no chance. Suion knew he was probably the most powerful jonin in Taki, but when he felt the overwhelming pressure from Naruto's killing intent, he realized the man could kill him as easily as Suion could kill a civilian. It hurt his pride, but he was smart enough to pick his battles wisely. He had to avoid interrogation for as long as possible, until he could come up with some sort of solution. Damn you! Why can't you just mind your own damn business? Suion growled out before he finished off his bottle. Naruto began his interrogations on the Takinin, while he let his genin hang out with Fu, and act their age as children. He was using his wide pool of seals, genjutsu, and mind games to interrogate suspects, but none of them were showing up as the traitor. He knew he was wasting his time. He had suspected Suion due to his strange behavior right away, and he was able to confirm with Narumi, who used her ability to sense emotions, to know that Suion was probably the traitor. He just needed to get the evidence to prove it. However, that slimy bastard was finding excuse after excuse to find ways to avoid interrogation, from overseeing the funeral, and leading trips to find potential holes in their security. All that did was confirm Naruto's suspicions. You sure know how to make yourself look busy, you damn traitor. Naruto thought to himself during a break from interrogations. Are you any closer to finding who the traitor might be? Shibuki asked nervously. None of the people I interrogated were the traitor, but I've been able to narrow the list of suspects down, Naruto replied. How long do you think it'll take to find the traitor? Shibuki asked. As soon as he stops making himself so busy and agrees to come to be interrogated, I suppose, Naruto suggested. You have someone specific in mind? Shibuki asked. Naruto nodded. That Suion fellow. He sure has a fishy smell to him, and it's not because of the lake around here. Shibuki waved Naruto off. That's impossible. Suion has been a loyal advisor to my father for a long time, and he has even trained me. It can't be him. I suppose all the interrogation will do is prove his loyalty to you then. You've got nothing to worry about. Naruto responded. I've heard the screams that come out of the interrogation chambers. You don't need to do that to Saiyan. I can vouch for him. Shibuki told Naruto. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. His loyalty can vouch for him. Naruto replied. I'm the leader of Taki now. You'd go against my word? Shibuki asked, slightly angry. And I'm a shinobi of Konoha. I don't take orders from you. I'm here to help you, not to serve you. Let's get that clear. Naruto responded, slightly intimidating Shibuki with his imposing body language. Besides, you don't need to worry about me hurting any of your shinobi. I wouldn't torture allied shinobi. What kind of monster do you think I am? So, what is it that you're doing to them? Shibuki asked. Oh, you know. I put a little genjutsu on them, that's powered by a seal. It kinda puts them in a false world which I can control many aspects of. It's inspired by a friend's jutsu. I can distort reality to mess with their sense of reality, and play mind games with them until they don't know what's real or false anymore. They usually tell me what I want to know when I tell them I can bring them back to reality. The false memories are stored in the seal, and they have no memory of what happened, so no harm is done. Naruto responded cheerfully, as if he didn't just describe the worst kind of mind-fucking Shibuki had heard of. That's disturbing. Yes. Carry on. Shibuki quickly cut the conversation and got out of there. He didn't like the feeling he was trapped in a room with a psycho. I guess Inoichi, Ibiki, and Anko are the only people who are interested in my seal. Oh well. They say a genius is never recognized in their own time. Too bad for me, I guess, Naruto told himself casually, before he got back to his interrogations. A few days later, the main suspect kept evading Naruto's request for interrogation with excuses that seemed to get weaker every day. At this point, I'm about to kidnap that little shit and interrogate him, Naruto thought to himself as he read through the dossier of suspects. Just then, the door to the interrogation chamber opened up, and Shibuki came in with the man Naruto had just been thinking about. Ah, just the man I wanted to see. Finally out of excuses, are we? Naruto asked Saiyan as he got up from his seat. There's an urgent message for you, sent from Konoha. Shibuki told Naruto as he handed him a scroll. Naruto took the scroll as he observed the smug smile on Saiyan's face. He filed that away in his mind for later. He'd turn that smile upside down soon enough. He began to read the scroll. He read the scroll 3 times to make sure what he read was correct, then tried to dispel any genjutsu that might have been placed on it. This was an official order from the Hokage. What the fuck? Naruto growled out angrily. Is he senile? The old man has finally lost it. He yelled as he crumpled up the scroll. Shibuki was worried from Naruto's reaction. What was on the scroll? Naruto-san? Is everything alright? He asked. No. Everything is not alright. Naruto yelled as he glared at Saiyan, who grinned back at him. What's wrong? Shibuki asked. The fucking Hokage wants me back in Konoha. Immediately. Naruto replied furiously. Your team will be leaving immediately? Well, what about the interrogations? What about finding the culprit? Shibuki asked as he began to pale. He told me to leave my team here for now. He growled out as gritted his teeth. He said he'll be sending one of our shinobi by the name of Kakashi to take care of it, and to stay here with my team until the mission is complete. I swear, if anything happens to my genin. Naruto growled out quietly to himself in a low, threatening tone that told everyone to stay away from him for now. He stormed out the room with the crumpled scroll in his hands. He needed to talk to his genin. With the genin of Team 7 and Fu. Wow! 27 times? That's gotta be some kind of record! Fu exclaimed, impressed by Sasuke's skill in skipping stones across the lake. Heh! So does that mean I win? Sasuke smugly asked a fuming Narumi. Shut up! Just wait! I'll crush your weak little record! Narumi yelled back as she looked for a smooth stone to throw. Hinata and Fu giggled, as they watched the 2 competitive genin try to outdo each other. Some of Fu's insects came and communicated to her that Naruto was on his way. She turned around to see his form walking towards them. She waved at him with a smile. Hey! Naruto and I-san! Over here! When he got closer, however, she noticed he didn't have a smile on his face. Team, there's an announcement I have to make. Naruto announced with a grim face. Did you catch the slimy jerk? Narumi asked. Naruto shook his head. No. Listen, I got a message from the Hokage saying I need to go back to Konoha immediately. So we're going back home? Narumi asked. Fu's heart sank. Were her days with her new family about to end so soon? She wasn't ready to go back to that life of loneliness. Naruto shook his head. He just wanted me to come. You guys will stay here for now. Kakashi-senpai will be coming here to complete the mission in my stead, and to bring you guys back safely. So we'll be here alone? Sasuke asked. This was highly unusual. Naruto nodded. For the time being. Until Kakashi-senpai gets here. Fu was sad her brother/father figure was leaving so soon, but she felt slightly better knowing her friends would stick around for a few more days. I want you guys to stick together all the time if you can. I know we're in allied territory, but I want you to all stay on guard, since you don't know what might happen. Fu and his genin nodded. Good. Now you don't have to be paranoid and lock yourselves up, but just keep an eye out for danger, okay? Don't wander out by yourself. I'll see you all again, back in Konoha. Fu felt a pang of sadness when she heard that, but she knew that was reality, and she had to deal with it. Naruto handed Hinata a scroll. I'll leave you guys with some money, but Hinata will be in charge of it, since she's the most responsible. Hey! How come she gets to keep the money? I can be responsible too, Narumi complained. Naruto just gave her a look that said, Really? Without having to say it himself. Narumi crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. Fine. I guess my little splurge with the mission pay from Wave isn't helping my case. Narumi conceded with a sigh. No, it isn't. Naruto responded with a chuckle as he ruffled her hair. All right, you four. Stay safe, okay? I'll try to keep in touch if I can, Fu. He told the four kids in front of him, and Fu felt better knowing they'd still be friends, even if they weren't always around. All right. You stay safe too, Nai-san. Fu replied, and the others said similar greetings as they parted. Suion watched Naruto leave the village with a wicked grin. Good. Now that my biggest obstacle is gone, I can finally begin my plan. He smiled as he looked at the letter he had received from his contacts in Amigakure. In Konoha, the next day. No, you can't go in there right now. He's busy. A female voice yelled out, before the door to the Hokage's office was slammed open. What is the meaning of this? Koharu yelled out. Can't you see the Hokage is occupied right now? Hamura scolded Naruto. What the hell is this? Naruto yelled out to Hiruzen as he unrolled the scroll he received from him, ignoring the other elders in the room. The Hokage sighed. Koharu, Hamura, mind giving us a moment? The two elders scoffed at being interrupted and then ignored, but listened to Hiruzen and left the room. Now Naruto-kun dash. Hiruzen began before he was cut off by Naruto. Don't fucking Naruto-kun me right now! What the hell is this? You made me abandon my genin in foreign territory. Explain yourself. Hiruzen sighed. He knew this was a bad idea. Well, if you'd let me finish talking, you would hear the explanation. Naruto crossed his arms. Well? I'm listening. If any other shinobi was showing this kind of disrespect and insubordination to the Hokage, they might have been demoted, or even imprisoned. Fortunately for Naruto, he wasn't any regular shinobi. He was indispensable to Hiruzen, and the old man knew he was in the wrong for making him leave his sister, the person he cherished the most in the world, behind, and even made him break protocol in doing so, after scolding him for doing so in the previous mission. Do you mind finding the client and tell him to get in here? Hiruzen asked his secretary. Hi, Hokage-sama. The secretary replied and scurried out to find the person. Well, you were hired for a very important and highly sensitive mission. Hiruzen began. I was already on a mission. Couldn't you have found someone else or waited for me to come back? Naruto replied back. He couldn't believe this. Normally I would have, but the nature of the mission means every moment wasted, more and more people may die. The Sandaime told the blonde jonin in front of him. Why couldn't you send Anbu? Send Kakashi for Kami's sake. Why me? Naruto couldn't accept this explanation. The mission is a highly sensitive mission. We can't afford to send a team, lest the world find out that Konoha is involved. It could spark war if the other villages find out. You were the only one I could trust with a mission like this. Besides, the client requested you by name, and was willing to pay a huge amount to get you. Hiruzen explained. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You're willing to risk a war for some money? The third shook his head. The money is what the client is willing to pay. The real prize here is what could happen if your mission is successful. We could gain a major village as an ally. Naruto was intrigued, his anger temporarily forgotten. Well, are you gonna tell me what the mission is, or are you just going to allude to it and hope I find out on my own? Hiruzen chuckled. Hokage-sama! He's here! The secretary announced. Ah, perfect timing. Let him in. Hiruzen told his secretary. I believe it would be best if the client explains the mission himself. I believe you two are acquainted after all. Naruto turned around to see who this client was. It's been some time, man, Naruto? Huh? Zabuza? What are you doing here? Naruto asked in surprise. He was not expecting to see him again so soon, if ever. I'm using the war funds I was donated by a certain someone to hire help for the bloodline rebellion in Kiri. Zabuza told Naruto with a shark-like smile hidden behind his bandages that covered the lower half of his face. Naruto smirked back. Well, maybe this could be interesting. He decided he'd hear the man out. Chapter 27, Mission to Taki Part 2. Back in Taki, the genin of Team 7 and Fu were at the swings Fu had made for herself, near the outskirts of town. So, when do you think Kakashi-sensei will get here? Sasuke asked as he leaned against the tree the swing was hung from. Don't you think he'll be here as soon? Hinata replied as she sat on the grass and picked at the small flowers nearby. She didn't tell her friends outright, but she was scared at the fact that they were in foreign territory with nobody there to watch them. She hoped Kakashi would get here quickly. Bah, I doubt he'll get here that quick. From what I've heard from Nai-chan, Kakashi-sensei is always late. Narumi replied as she swung on the swings, pushed by Fu. Besides, it's kinda nice just hanging out here with just us. We can do anything we want. She then glared at Hinata. If only Hinata-chan stopped being so stingy with the money. Why you know you didn't need so many of those stink bombs, Narumi-chan. Hinata replied. Or the itching pea powder. But we have so much money. We can afford a few things for fun. Narumi shouted back. We need to save it for emergencies. Besides, we shouldn't do things that will get us in trouble. Hinata answered back. Fu giggled as she pushed Narumi on her swing, watching her friends have their little row. She definitely preferred this lively atmosphere over her lonely one, when she would have to resort to talking to bugs. Looks like there was a reason Naruto and Ai-sen gave the money to Hinata as Sasuke-kun? Fu asked Sasuke. If Narumi got the money, we would have lived like kings for the first 2 days, and then have to live in our tents for the rest of our time here. Sasuke replied. He was still confused about the situation they were in. Jonin-sensei usually never left their genin alone like this in foreign territory. He wondered what Naruto was up to. At the Hokage office, Naruto glared at the Hokage. Asked for me specifically, huh? Naruto asked the old man. Hiruzen chuckled. Well, he did mention you by name. He asked specifically for Naruto and his team. Seeing as we can't afford to send an entire team, that leaves just you. Zabuza was a little miffed at the situation as well. He had come to hire the legendary Ghost Squad, but all he was getting was just one of its members. The Hokage had been very reluctant to say anything when Zabuza asked where the other members were, simply replying that he couldn't send a whole team and risk the other villages finding out that Konoha was involved. So, let me get this straight. I'll be going to help a civil war, alone? Naruto asked. The Sandaime nodded. And I can't do anything, such as using any jutsu, that lets people, other than the leaders of the rebellion, know that I'm from Konoha? The Hokage nodded again. So, I'll be going into a war, alone, and with my hands basically tied to my back. Hiruzen grinned sheepishly. It did sound pretty bad when you put it like that. Well, more precisely, I would say hide your abilities until victory is certain. The Sandaime added. Naruto wasn't the only one unhappy with this decision. Zabuza was carrying the weight of the rebellion's expectations on his shoulders, and he paid all that money just to get a limited version of Naruto. He decided to throw in his 2 cents. I can't be the only one who thinks this is unfair. I paid for multiple S-rank missions for a team of your best, and you give me just one man, and then proceed to limit what he can do, Zabuza complained. On paper, Konoha cannot support a rebellion against a major village. It would set a terrible precedent. I'm afraid this is the best we can do, Hiruzen explained. But you can be seen supporting the rebellion if it succeeds? Zabuza asked. They say history is written by the victors. If you win, we can argue that the current Kyuubi regime was not legitimate, and this was simply the people taking back their place in the village. The Yonde Mizukage killing the Naide Mizukage's clan will be helpful in turning the story in that direction. Hiruzen explained. Then why not just use that spin now to justify helping the rebellion? And why wait until the war is practically won before Naruto can use his full abilities? Zabuza asked, irritated at Konoha's seemingly half-hearted help. It would basically be a declaration of war against the current regime in Kyuubi, which other villages who seek our downfall will be quick to act upon. If the rebellion succeeds, they won't have the time, or the help from Kyuubi that they need to act against us. The elderly Hokage explained. Don't worry about me underperforming. I assure you I've got quite a bag of tricks in my arsenal. Naruto said in defense of himself. Zabuza grumbled. I hope so. For all of our sakes. Back with Fu and Team 7, the 4 young teens and almost teens sat on a tree, eating the ice cream that Narumi convinced Hinata to buy for them. Geez, Sasuke, who orders tomato-flavored ice cream? Narumi asked her friend. You worry about yourself. I'm certain you have a problem with your brain, asking if they have ramen-flavored ice cream. Sasuke fired back. Hey! If they have tomato flavor, it's worth asking if they have ramen flavor. Narumi yelled back before getting back to her chocolate ice cream. Fu giggled watching the two fight. She had been laughing a lot more ever since she met Team 7. Do those two ever stop arguing? Fu asked her Hyuga friend. Hinata giggled as she replied. They're usually a lot quieter after Naruto-sensei trains us into the dirt. The two girls laughed, and got back to their respective ice creams. It was nice having a friend to laugh together and enjoy things with. They were so busy talking and enjoying each other's company, that Fu didn't really notice when a beetle landed on her hand and started heading for her ice cream. Fu-chan? There's a bug heading for your ice cream, Narumi yelled to warn her. Huh? Fu asked before looking at her hand. Oh. It's just Mushimaru. Hey there, buddy. Want some of my very berry ice cream? Fu asked the green beetle on her hand. The 3 genin of Team 7 looked at her strangely. Huh? Fu-chan? Are you talking to a bug? Narumi asked. Fu nodded as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Yeah. This is my friend. Say hi to Mushimaru, Fu said as she raised her hand closer to Narumi's face. A few other beetles landed on Fu's arms and shoulders. Oh, hey guys. And this is Mushikin, Mushirama, and the smaller one on my shoulder is Mashiko. Say hi, Fu told the genin. Hi. I'm Narumi. Nice to meet you. Narumi greeted the 4 beetles, wondering what the hell she was doing. Sasuke chuckled as he watched Narumi introduce herself to some bugs. Oh my. Shino would be so proud of you right now, Sasuke said as he put a hand to his heart sarcastically to tease Narumi. Oh. You would totally get along with Shino, Narumi replied as she snapped her fingers as if she had an epiphany. Huh? Who's Shino? Fu asked in confusion. He's one of our friends. He also likes bee-bugs, and he sometimes talks to them, Hinata explained. Sounds like a pretty cool guy. Anyone who likes bugs is alright with me, Fu exclaimed. The genin laughed, and continued to talk and enjoy each other's company. A few minutes later, a Taki-chunin appeared at the base of the tree they were sitting on. Fu! Shibuki-sama has summoned you. Come to his office immediately, the chunin told Fu in a very business-only tone. He wasn't too fond of the village demon, and was just here due to his orders. Fu nodded and prepared to jump down, when Narumi grabbed her wrist. Wait. Are you sure you gotta go? Narumi asked, feeling iffy about the chunin's negative emotions towards Fu. Fu gave her a smile to reassure her. Don't worry. Shibuki's my friend. Then can we come with you? Narumi asked. Shibuki-sama just asked for Fu. You can all stay here, the chunin said in response. But Naruto-sensei told us to stick together, and not let each other go off on their own. Hinata told her team and Fu. I'm sure everything will be fine. I'll be back at my treehouse before 5. We can go get dinner afterwards, Fu told her friends before jumping down and leaving with the chunin. She's in her own village. I'm sure everything will be fine, Sasuke told Narumi, who seemed worried. There weren't any obvious red flags, but she still had a weird feeling about it all. I hope so, Narumi whispered to herself. Konoha Hospital, that should be the last of it. Let me go check if I left out anything. Shizen told Naruto. Thank you, Shizen-san. Naruto told the medic Nin, who went back to the storage room. Naruto had just finished sealing the last of the medical supplies into sealing scrolls, when a familiar woman entered the room. Guess who I ran into on the way here? The woman said with amusement evident in her voice. I don't know, Izumi. Why don't you tell me? Naruto replied as he got up. You sure seem to see Shizen-san often, Izumi said with a smirk. Looks like someone is taking my advice. It's not like that. I was just picking up supplies for a mission, Naruto replied with a twitch on his forehead. That's how it starts. You go to her for some supplies, then you go to her for training for your students, then you go to her for healing, then you go to talk to her about your students, and before you know it, you're seeing her every day. And then you find yourself walking down the street, and you see small things that remind you of her. Oh, Shizen-san likes apples. Oh, that hairpin would look nice on her. Oh, that kimono reminds me of her. Next thing you know, your weekly discussion over your students is taking place at the fanciest restaurant in town, over a candle-lit dinner, and the topic of your students is curiously absent. Izumi said with a dreamy look in her eyes. Naruto watched her go off into her little fantasy of romance with the raised eyebrow. Right. Nice little novel you're writing. Now why don't you go put it down onto paper? Naruto told Izumi as he rolled his eyes. Shizen entered at that moment with a box of extra supplies that was left behind. Oh, hello, Izumi-san. Are you here to check on the police Nin that came here the other day? Shizen asked. Izumi nodded. Already checked up on him. He said he's doing fine, and expects to be out within a couple days. Found my buddy Naruto here, so I just stopped by to say hello. Oh yeah. That reminds me, I accidentally left this box behind the door of the storage room by accident, Shizen said as she turned around to face Naruto, and placed the box down. Thank you, Shizen-san. I appreciate all of the help you give me, Naruto replied. Meanwhile, Izumi stood behind Shizen facing Naruto and made gestures behind Shizen's back, pointing at her and making hugging and kissing gestures with a dreamy look in her eyes. Izumi's kunoichi instincts kicked in as she ducked to dodge the checklist Naruto had thrown at her head. Shizen was shocked by the checklist that flew by her head out of nowhere. What was that? Shizen yelled in surprise. Sorry about that. There was a fly on the wall behind you, Naruto said with a smile on his face, which was his attempt at reassuring Shizen. Shizen wasn't quite over her shock at a projectile flying by her face out of nowhere, but she tried to calm herself down. Right. Thanks. I guess? Anyway, if you ever need me, you know where to find me, she said with a calmer face, but with an eyebrow raised. She turned around, greeted Izumi, and left. Izumi gave Naruto a cheeky smile. You guys are adorable, you know that? I can see it already. Little Naruto Jr. with black hair, and little Shizen Jr. with blonde hair. So cute. Can you guys please hurry and get married already? We barely said 2 sentences to each other, Naruto replied with a deadpan face. Izumi gave him a glare. Just get together, will you? I want to see some romance. Stop being a pansy and ask her out. Why not just rent a movie? Or better yet, find your own romance? Naruto asked. You know why, Izumi replied. And stopped changing the subject. I know Narumi would be on my side too. Her expression suddenly changed into one of sudden realization. Unless you swing for the other side? Naruto said nothing as he pulled out his pen he was using to check off his checklist. He channeled his wind chakra through it, making it razor sharp. Izumi gave him an innocent smile as she slowly inched towards the door. Anyway, I just remembered, Mikoto-sama needed me for something. Gotta go. Bye. She hastily greeted him and slammed the door just in time as the pen went through the door and penetrated deep into the concrete floor next to Izumi. Seeing the weapon was now gone from Naruto's hand, she decided to tease him one last time before she left. Say hi to Shizen-san for me. Tell her your fancy dinner is on me, she said with a cheeky smile on her face as she slightly opened the door and stuck her head in. She slammed the door shut and ran away before Naruto finished the hand seals for a katan jutsu. He dragged his hand down his face as he sighed after he drove off his childhood friend. He needed to find and drag Itachi back to the village to satisfy her need for romance or something. He needed to do something to get her off of his back. Maybe if I faked a relationship she would stop teasing me, he thought to himself. At Shibuki's office. Hey Shibuki. What did you need me for? Fu asked with a friendly tone as she entered. She was surprised to see Seiyan instead of her friend. Oh. Sorry. I thought Shibuki would be here. Fu told Seiyan. Seiyan gave her a smile that was meant to disarm her, but failed to. Don't you worry about that. He'll be here any moment, Seiyan told Fu, before he gave a nonverbal command with a look to the two foreign shinobi that were beside Fu. They nodded before suddenly jumping her and binding her with chains and chakra restraining seals. Fu wasn't expecting an ambush, and was easily bound, as you would expect when two jonin jump an unsuspecting, petite 13-year-old girl. What's going on? Why are you doing this? Fu yelled out in surprise. Let me go! Seiyan got up and walked over to her, grabbing her roughly by the cheeks with one hand. I'm going to use you, the way you were meant to be used. Now shut up, and only speak when you're spoken to, demon. Seiyan told Fu before he ordered his two jonin to gag her. A few moments later, Shibuki entered his office, and was surprised to find Seiyan sitting in his seat, with two foreign ninja holding up a bound and gagged Fu whose eyes were wet with tears. What's going on here? Who gave you permission to tie Fu up like this? I demand you release her at once. Shibuki yelled out in fury. Seiyan gave the command, and soon Shibuki also found himself bound by the two means Seiyan had hired. What is the meaning of this? I'm the village leader. This is treason, Shibuki yelled out. Seiyan slapped Shibuki in the face. I don't think so. As if a coward like you could lead this village properly. From now on, I make the rules around here. You got that? Shibuki tried to protest, but one of the Aimnin twisted his arm, forcing him to cry out in pain. Seiyan then drew a kunai and put it at Fu's throat. Now listen carefully. If you don't do as I say, I'm going to make sure this demon has an extra hole to breathe through. Fu's eyes widened, and Shibuki could do nothing but clench his fists in anger. Seiyan smiled when he saw the defeated look in Shibuki's eyes. Good. Looks like you understand your position. Now I want you to go and get the hero water that your father hid, and bring it to this location, Seiyan told Shibuki as he handed him a small map that showed how to get to a warehouse. I took the liberty of capturing the village elders and their families. If you get any ideas and bring any other shinobi with you, I'm going to kill them all, and maim this bug bitch for life. Shibuki hung his head in defeat, nodding meekly. He realized Naruto's suspicion about Seiyan was right. If only he heeded his warning earlier. Good. Now hurry up. Every 5 minutes past 7, I'll start killing the hostages one at a time. Seiyan said with a wicked smile on his face. Now hurry up. I haven't got all day. At Fu's treehouse shack. It's past 5 now. I'm hungry. Where's Fu? Narumi asked impatiently. Shibuki probably has her on an errand. Let's just get dinner on our own and save her some. Sasuke commented. Why you think everything's fine? What if she's in trouble? Hinata asked. She'll be fine. She's a strong girl, she can handle herself. Sasuke replied. Narumi frowned. That bad feeling was returning to the pit of her stomach. Was everything alright with Fu? They decided to wait a few more minutes before leaving to get dinner on their own. After a few minutes of waiting, they were getting up to leave, when a green beetle landed on Narumi's hand. Hey! It's Mushimaru! Narumi exclaimed. I'm pretty sure that's Mushirama. Sasuke corrected her. Are you sure? Isn't that Mishiko? Hinata questioned. The three genin realized they were arguing about a bug's name. The beetle buzzed its wings and flew a short distance away before returning to Narumi, and continued to do so multiple times. Narumi coughed into her fist. Ahem. Right. Well anyway, I have a feeling Mushimaru wants us to follow him. Right. You really want us to follow Mushirama? This is a bug we're talking about, not a dog or even a summon. Sasuke said in disbelief. Trust me. Mushimaru knows where Fu is. Let's go! Narumi yelled before she started following the green beetle that flew off. Sasuke sighed. He couldn't believe they were going to be chasing a stupid bug, but he wasn't about to let his friend potentially get into danger by herself. Sigh. Let's go, Hinata. Sasuke told Hinata, who nodded and started to chase Narumi. At the warehouse, the three genin of Team 7 chased the beetle until it led them into view of a warehouse, before it landed on Narumi's head. Hey, Hinata-chan? Can you see what's inside that warehouse? Narumi asked Hinata, who nodded. Byakugan. Veins began to bulge around Hinata's pale lilac-colored eyes as she activated her Kekiai Genkai. She began looking into the warehouse before she let out a gasp. "What is it? What do you see?" Sasuke asked Hinata. "I found Fu. She's tied up and has chakra restraining seals on her. But there are also around 20 other people who are tied up inside. They're guarded by what looks to be 12 shinobi from Amigekure?" Hinata reported. Narumi's eyes narrowed. "Is that guy Saiyan also there?" Hinata looked around for a second before confirming. "Looks like Nichan was right. That slimy jerk probably hired those Nin to do his dirty work," Narumi said with disgust. What should we do?" Hinata asked her two friends. She didn't want to leave her new friend Fu as a hostage, but there were only 3 of them, while there were 13 opponents, who were all at least Chunin, some of them even Jonin. Meanwhile, they were still merely Genin. "Well, I'm not gonna leave Fu like that, so running away isn't an option," Narumi said resolutely. "And maybe we can get some help? We could tell the Taki shinobi," Hinata suggested. Sasuke shook his head. "We don't know who's on Saiyan's side. Besides, we don't know what will happen to the captives while we go and look for help." "So, we're going to fight them?" Hinata asked in fear. "But there are only 3 of us. And we're only Genin. Naruto and Ai-chan always said a good plan can help a weaker force defeat a much stronger force. If we come up with a good plan, we might have a chance of saving Fu," Narumi told her friends. "So, what should we do?" Hinata asked Narumi. She shrugged. "I dunno. Got any ideas, Sasuke?" she asked. "Way to stick the planning with me," Sasuke complained, before he began to think. "Well, Naruto-sensei told us that the unknowns can come back to bite us from behind, and that underestimating your opponent can get you killed." Sasuke began. "So, that means?" Narumi asked, not sure what Sasuke was getting at. "Well, they don't know that we're stronger than the average Genin, and we each have a few tricks up our sleeve. They're also probably not expecting us to do anything, so we probably have the element of surprise on our side. If we can split them up into smaller groups of 1 or 2, we could probably pick them off if we catch them by surprise." Sasuke continued. "Great idea! What's next?" Narumi asked Sasuke. "Well, we need to come up with a way to get them to come out of the warehouse one at a time, or go somewhere where they'll be alone. We can set up ambushes and pick them off," Sasuke said as he thought. "Only problem is how we'll get them to come out one at a time, and not as a group," Sasuke said as he rubbed his chin with his hand subconsciously, like he had seen Naruto do before when he thought. Narumi thought for a second before snapping her fingers. "I have an idea." The 2 other Genin looked at her, asking her to elaborate. "Ha! Told you these will come in handy," Narumi said to Hinata as she pulled out the stink bombs and itching powder she was able to buy. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, wondering what she was planning to do with them. "So, I'm gonna seal this itching powder into a time tag, which will attach to a kunai. One of you guys can throw the kunai into the ceiling above the ninja guarding the captives, and after a few seconds the tag will start sprinkling the itching powder onto the guards. It's pretty subtle, so they won't think much of it, and will probably go to the bathroom to wash themselves," Narumi explained. "Brilliant," Sasuke commented. "We can have Hinata hide in the bathroom, and use her Byakugan to see if it's just one person coming to the bathroom, and stay hidden if it's multiple people. If it's just one person, she can wait until they're busy washing off the powder, and use her gentle fist and knowledge of pressure points to knock them out quietly." "Great plan. Let's get to it," Narumi told her friends. "How about the S sound the kunai will make when it hits the C ceiling?" Hinata asked. "Shoot! That'll alert them," Sasuke said in concern. I'm not as good as my Ai-chan yet, but I think I can draw a silencing seal onto the kunai to make a small bubble that will absorb all the sound around it for a few seconds," Narumi suggested. "Perfect. That'll do just fine," Sasuke continued. "Now we just need a few backup plans, in case things go awry. We might get discovered, or we might have to fight multiple opponents at once. We can lay some traps. We can lay fake traps to throw them off and multiple layers of traps to make sure they fall into at least one of them." Narumi squealed in glee. All she had to do was use the pranks she was dying to try out, and make them slightly more dangerous. "Anything you have in mind?" Hinata asked. Narumi grinned. "So my Ai-chan was teaching me how to make my own paper bombs, and also how to make self-replicating tags. I haven't mastered it yet, but basically, I can make a big boom. If we can plant them somewhere, we can pretend to run away and lead them there. Sasuke also grinned. I can use my ninja wire to lay a few traps as well. If you don't see them and run into them, they can cut you, and they can also be a conduit for my Ryoka no Jutsu, Dragon Flame technique. It can be a backup trap, or we could use it to herd them to Narumi's trap. They continued to strategize for a few minutes, ironing out the details. This would be their first operation that they would plan and execute themselves, and they had no backup. Things needed to go perfectly or they were in serious trouble. A couple minutes later, Hinata spotted Shibuki entering the warehouse and handing over a bottle to Suien. Suien then had Shibuki tied up as well, and went into a back room to read a scroll, taking the occasional glance at the bottle. It was now or never. Team 7 finally decided to execute their plan. Sasuke snuck into the warehouse, using several silencing seals Narumi had created for him. He found a secluded corner, and cast a genjutsu over himself which would make unsuspecting people overlook him. He took a deep breath. He would be the one to start off the plan. He carefully aimed his prepared kunai, and threw it above a guard. Several seconds later, the tags slowly started to sprinkle undetectable amounts of itching powder onto the guard. The guard felt a small itch, that he decided to ignore at first. However, as time passed, the itch became harder to ignore, and he began to scratch himself more and more, until he couldn't take it anymore. Damn. This fucking dusty-ass warehouse is making me itchy. I'm gonna head to the bathroom and try to wash myself or something. The guard announced as he headed to the bathroom, scratching himself all over. He entered the bathroom and took off his shirt. He began to wash his neck and back, as well as his arms. Hinata saw that no one else was coming, so she sneaked out. Okay, Hinata. You can do this. Your friends are counting on you. She thought to herself to gather the courage she needed. She crept up behind the distracted Chunin, and struck him at a pressure point at the base of his neck with a Juken strike, rendering him unconscious. She tied him up, and applied a chakra restraining seal that Narumi had drawn up, and hid him in one of the stalls. Sasuke continued to place the kunai with the tags over the guards, causing them to fall into their ambush one by one. The plan went smoothly for a while, getting around 4 of the missing nin, but then some of the guards started getting suspicious when the guards who went to the bathroom weren't returning to their posts. A few clones of Narumi were stationed around the warehouse, watching to see if anything went wrong. If they saw anything, they were to dispel, so that Narumi could get the memories, and act accordingly. One such clone saw 3 of the guards heading to the bathroom to see what was going on, and dispelled itself. When the memories came to Narumi, she knew it was time to act. She made 3 clones, and had them transform into the genin of Team 7. The henge clones then went to the front entrance of the warehouse, where they were seen by the 2 guards that were posted at the entrance. Halt! What are you kids doing here? They yelled at the henge clones. We were looking for our friend, Fo. Have you guys seen her? The Narumi clone asked. The guards looked at each other. If they were really looking for their friend, and came up to ask a bunch of random people guarding a warehouse, there was a high chance that they already knew Fo was here, and they needed to be eliminated. They whistled to get the attention of the other guards. Hey! We got some intruders here! They yelled out. The 3 guards that were heading to the bathroom turned around and ran towards the front entrance. Hey! Who says we're intruders? We're just looking for our friend, the Narumi clone said defensively as she began to backpedal. Go catch those brats, and send them to Suien. One of the missing nin yelled, and 3 of the Chunin guards began to chase the 3 clones. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the 3 guards walk away from the bathroom. She could see there were only 6 enemy shinobi left. Unfortunately, 4 of them were jonin. The 3 guards chasing the genin clones were led into a forest. One of them ran into a wire trap, and received cuts to his arms and face. Arg! The little shits led us into a trap, he yelled out, as a log trap swung towards him. Watch out for the trees! They're booby-trapped, he yelled out as he jumped back to avoid the giant log that swung towards him to crush him. The 3 genin clones seemingly tried to hide in the forest and avoid stepping into the occasional clearings in the forest. Those little bastards know we'll kick their ass in the open, so they're hiding in the forest. True cowards like the leaf bastards they are, one of the pursuers told his 2 comrades. Another one of the pursuers smiled as she pulled out several saman. If they don't want to go into the open themselves, we'll just have to force them to go there. She began to throw the saman at the genin clones, and they were forced into the open to avoid the barrage of saban that flew their way. Ha! Right where we wanted them! Let's finish them off! One of the missing nin yelled, and the three surrounded the genin. You should have minded your own business, and you might have lived long enough to hit puberty. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourselves. The female aim missing nin told the genin as they tightened their perimeter closer around the genin, until they were in striking distance. Suddenly, the Narumi clone smiled. What are you smiling at, brat? The kunoichi missing nin asked. This. Kai! The clone yelled. In the warehouse, Narumi received the memories. She was hoping to take out more shinobi with that trap, but was disappointed she only got 3 of them. In the back room of the warehouse with this antidote Orochimaru gave me, I can use the hero water without the side effects. All I have to do is work with him and give him some of the water so he can study it, and he'll give me all of the antidote I'll need. I'll use the demon and the hero water to lead Taki into a golden age as we should have done a long time ago. Suion thought to himself as he read the scroll Orochimaru had given him. He thought about the elders he had captured along with their families. If only those old fossils saw the error of their ways and didn't oppose my glorious plan. I wouldn't have to kill them, like I killed Shibuki's old man. Oh well. If you can't handle the change, it's time for you to go. I don't need those useless geezers anyway. Suion suddenly heard and felt a large explosion from not too far away. He immediately became wary. Kirasame, his aim, Murasame! Take care of whatever the problem is. He yelled out towards the aim missing nin who were the leaders of their respective teams. The 3 jonin who were in the room nodded and stepped out. Kirasame couldn't hide his face of glee. I wonder what fools dare get in our way. He licked his lips as he prepared himself to hurt some people. In the warehouse the 3 aim missing nin jonin came out of the room and ordered the 2 chunin to check out the explosion. They noticed the rest of their chunin who were supposed to be guarding the hostages were missing, and became alert. They split up and began to look through the warehouse themselves to find any perpetrators. Hinata held her breath nervously when she saw Kirasame start heading for the bathroom. She wasn't ready to fight a jonin yet. One of Narumi's clones noticed this, and began trailing the jonin secretly. Murasame circled the outer perimeter of the warehouse, before he started following the chunin who headed to the source of the explosion. Meanwhile his aim, being the smartest and sharpest of the 3, noticed a slight warp in a corner of the warehouse, and noticed there was a genjutsu cast there. She smiled and dispelled the genjutsu easily, and began slowly walking over to where Sasuke had hid himself. Shit! I've been spotted! Sasuke tensed when he saw his aim walking over to him with a wicked smile on her face. Well. Looks like a leaf rat managed to sneak in. His aim said to Sasuke, who pulled out a kunai and prepared himself for a fight. His aim laughed mockingly at Sasuke. Ha! You think a pathetic little genin like you stands a chance against me? I'm a jonin! Sasuke clenched his jaw. This was bad. Real bad. This wasn't how the plan was supposed to go. At the bathroom Kurasame opened the door and stepped in, sweeping the room with his eyes, looking for any signs of trouble. At first glance, there weren't any signs of trouble, but at a second look, he noticed a hand that was barely visible through the cracks of one of the stalls. He grinned to himself. He found the little rat. He kicked the door open, and found 4 tied up and unconscious chunin piled up on the floor. His instincts told him to dodge, and he spun out of the way of Hinata's attack from behind. What have we got here? A little girl who needs to get punished? He said in a sing-song voice. Hinata said nothing, but continued to try to jab Kurasame with a Juken strike. Kurasame easily dodged all of her attacks. He noticed her Byakugan and whistled. A Hyuga, huh? Looks like a main branch one as well. I'm gonna enjoy ripping your precious little eyes from your head before I kill you. He stopped merely dodging Hinata's attacks, and began striking at Hinata. Hinata dodged a punch that came towards her face by tilting her head to one side, and managed to jab Kirasame's outstretched arm a few times, before Kirasame's foot buried itself into her gut and sent her flying into the wall behind her. Kirasame stepped out of the stall so he could have more space to move. He began going through some hand signs before shouting out. Sway Tun, Sway Ben, Water Release, Water Whip! He used the water in the toilets to form a long whip of condensed water which he held in his hand. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this, he said with a sadistic smile, before whipping the water whip towards Hinata. At the warehouse, Fu was in the corner of the warehouse, bound up by chains and chakra restraining seals. Unable to move or speak, she had been left to her thoughts, and her desperate attempts at staying positive were beginning to fade with her hope. I guess this was what I was created to be after all. A monster, who's meant to be used as a weapon for the village. I guess it was silly of me to think I could live like a regular girl, making friends and even finding a family of my own. Tears began to fall from her eyes. She had never met her parents, so their faces weren't what came to her mind. Instead, it was the faces of Naruto and Team 7 that she thought of. I guess it was nice while it lasted. Thanks for making me feel normal for once. I hope you guys can get away safely, and not get involved in this mess. Fu thought to herself. Meanwhile, Narumi snuck around to where Fu had been bound up. She looked around to see if anyone was there, and found that all the guards were either defeated or busy searching elsewhere. She revealed herself to Fu, whose eyes widened when she saw Narumi. Narumi went over and quickly removed the chakra restraining seals, before using her sword and the wind chakra Naruto had stored in it to slice open the chains to release Fu. Sure. We have to keep our voices quiet. Are you alright? Narumi asked Fu, who nodded. Narumi immediately proceeded to embrace Fu in a hug. I'm so glad you're alright. We were worried we wouldn't be able to save you in time. Fu smiled as she hugged Narumi back. So this was what it was like having friends. They wouldn't leave you behind. It warmed her heart, and all of the negative thoughts that had been weighing her down vanished instantly. She then remembered that she saw Shibuki being dragged away, also bound up. It was her turn to be a good friend. Shibuki is somewhere around here. I'm gonna go find him and release him, Fu whispered to Narumi. Go help Hinata and Sasuke so we can get out of here. Narumi nodded before heading off to help Hinata. Fu began sneaking around to find Shibuki. She soon found him and untied the ropes around him. Suian didn't think Shibuki was a threat, so he had simply bound him with ropes. Fu. You're alright. Thanks for saving me. Now let's get out of here. Shibuki whispered to Fu. Wait. We gotta help the others too. Fu told Shibuki, referring to the other hostages. Shibuki felt a little embarrassed, having only thought about his own safety. He agreed and followed Fu. With Sasuke jumped to one side to avoid the whip of condensed water that his aim also created. She wasn't giving him any time to use jutsu, so he was left with trying his best to beat her using his taijutsu, but she was faster and more experienced than he was, and easily dodged his attacks while counter-attacking. He was barely able to dodge her attacks, and the extra reach the whip gave her made it difficult for him to close in. Shit! I need to create some space between us so I can set up my jutsu, but she won't give me any openings. Sasuke thought as he ducked to dodge the water whipping right where his head was a second ago. Is that all you got? You're pretty slippery, I'll give you that, but your other skills are pretty weak. His aim mocked Sasuke. His aim whipped her water whip back and forth, seemingly making Sasuke dance. Sasuke threw a bunch of shuriken at his aim, who easily dodged them. He pulled back his right hand, and several shuriken which had been attached to ninja wire came flying back at her head from behind. She had to duck to avoid the shuriken, and Sasuke began to weave through some hand seals for his signature technique, the Gakkaku no Jutsu, Grand Fireball technique. His aim saw this and whipped the condensed stream of water at his hand, disrupting the technique. Damn it! I need some backup to distract her, he thought to himself, with Hinata panted hard, with blood dripping down from her head, after she had been struck with the water whip by Kirasame. She had been able to dodge most of his attacks, but she had still taken quite a few hits, which left painful welts all over her. Kirasame was fighting to inflict pain, instead of trying to finish the fight quickly, being the sadist that he was. Hinata charged in once again, hoping to land a lucky hit. Kirasame kept her at a distance, however, as the hit she had landed on his arm earlier left his arm still slightly numb and tingly, and he had trouble channeling chakra through it. Hinata lunged forward like a fencer, hoping to land a hit anywhere on his body. Anything she could do to slow him down. Kirasame easily sidestepped the lunge, and kicked her between the shoulder blades, sending her flying into one of the stalls. Hinata crashed into the toilet, causing it to shatter. She received several cuts on her hands and arm from the fall. She turned around to see Kirasame looming over her. Looks like you don't have anywhere to dodge anymore. He licked his lips in anticipation of the pain he was about to unleash on this girl. He wouldn't kill her though. Not until he plucked the eyes out of her skull. He wanted to hear her scream and watch her writhe in pain first. Hinata stumbled to her feet and got into a fighting stance. She knew she couldn't win, but she would at least go out fighting. Looks like you still got some fight left in ya. Good. This will make it more delicious when I beat it out of you, Kirasame said with a sadistic glint in his eyes as he licked his lips. He drew his arm back to whip the girl into submission, completely focused on the girl in front of him. He was about to swing his arm forward, when he felt a sharp pain on his arm. The water whip fell apart with a large splash as the water hit the floor. He screamed as he tried to pull his arm back in front of him to see what happened, but he only saw a stump, cut from just below the elbow. He turned around to see who had attacked him, and saw a red-haired girl looking at him with a fire in her eyes, and wielding an intricate katana. She was standing next to his severed arm. How dare you hurt Hinata-chan like that? Narumi screamed at Kirasame and began swinging at him. He drew a kunai with his other hand, and began blocking her slashes. You bitch! I'm going to fucking rip your throat out! Kirasame screamed in fury. He was successfully blocking her slashes, when he suddenly vomited a torrent of blood from his mouth. He fell to his knees, and looked behind him. Hinata stood behind him with an outstretched arm. She had destroyed his kidneys, liver, and lungs with juken strikes from behind, while he was occupied with Narumi and blinded by rage, which made him forget about Hinata. You'll do no such thing to Narumi-chan! Hinata said angrily, surprisingly not stuttering. Kirasame's eyes rolled back and he fell over, unconscious. With Fufu and Shibuki had just untied the last of the hostages, and were leading them out quietly, when the door to the warehouse swung open. Kill them all! Murasame yelled out angrily. He and the two chunin with him had found the spot the explosion had occurred rather easily, as a large number of trees had been reduced to splinters. They found the smoldering remains of their comrades, with the best preserved one missing an arm and the lower half of one of his legs. The worst one? Well, he looked like the stuffing you put into dumplings. Simply put, Murasame and the chunin were not happy. They decided they would kill whoever was responsible. When they found the hostages escaping, they decided they would kill them as well. The boss had gotten what he had needed anyway. The two chunin charged in towards the hostages, and Fu and Shibuki put themselves in between them. Hiden, Rinpongsbikyu no Jutsu, Hiden, hiding in scale powder technique! Fu yelled out after forming a few seals with her hands, and she exhaled a cloud of sparkling powder from her mouth which blinded the two chunin. Shibuki used the cover to herd the hostages away from danger, while Fu charged into the cloud to attack her blinded opponents. The two chunin were disoriented by the cloud of shiny powder, and one of them was caught by surprise when the petite girl delivered a crushing uppercut to his jaw, which sent him crumpling into the floor with a broken jaw. The other chunin groped around blindly, until he stepped out of the cloud by pure luck, though he was still temporarily blinded. Fu didn't have the same drawback from her own technique due to the tenant inside her, and rushed towards the standing chunin to punch him as well. Her fist was about to plant itself into the man's temple, when a whip of water caught her wrist. She was roughly yanked towards Murasame, and fell at his feet. He proceeded to kick her in the face, and sent her flying into some crates. She spat out blood from her busted lip, and got back to her feet, only to have her ankles caught by the whip, and yanked off of her feet once again. She fell with a thud, but quickly rolled away before the kunai thrown by Murasame would leave her skewered. Once the hostages were a safe distance away, Shibuki ran to help Fu. With Sasuke was struggling against his aim. He had been unsuccessful in his attacks against her, and now she had caught his wrist and had it wrapped around one of the columns holding up the roof with her water whip. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free from the condensed stream of water, and it left him both unable to use jutsu and vulnerable. Finally got you to stay still, you slippery eel! His aim yelled out. Now dodge this! She threw a handful of shuriken at Sasuke. Shit! There's no way I can dodge this, Sasuke thought to himself as the shuriken came rapidly flying at his face. He was about to resign himself to his fate, when he suddenly saw the shuriken clearly. He could almost physically see the path they were on, and where they were going to land. It was as if he was watching them move in slow motion. He used this information to dodge all of the shuriken, by twisting and dodging all of the shuriken, with the minimal movement that he needed, and was allowed. Hisame's eyes widened. Your eyes! You're an Uchiha! She yelled in surprise. Sasuke was confused for a moment, before he understood what had happened. He had just unlocked his Sharingan. That didn't mean much right now though, as that didn't free him from the water whip that bound one of his arms to a column. His aim continued to throw several kunai and shuriken at Sasuke, who easily saw them coming and dodged them all. She gritted her teeth. If his fancy eyes were helping him dodge projectiles, she just need to get up close to finish him off. She drew a kunai and charged at Sasuke. Sasuke smirked. His life was in danger, but he was excited to finally use his family taijutsu in conjunction with the Sharingan, the way it was meant to be used. Being able to predict the movement of Hisame's slashes and stabs, he was able to use his free hand to intercept her strikes, hitting her wrists, an inner elbow joint to stop her movements dead in their tracks. While one of his hands was bound, Hisame's hand was also occupied by the technique she was using to bind his arm. Hisame wasn't the close-range fighter amongst the three former AIM Jonin, and had never faced a Sharingan user or the intercepting fist before. She was growing frustrated with her inability to kill a simple genin. "You damn brat! I'll rip those damn eyes out of your head!" She wanted to use her jutsu to attack him instead, but that meant she had to release him from her water whip so she could use both hands. However, she didn't want to go through the hassle of catching the slippery bastard again. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu! Shadow Clone Technique!" A female voice rang out through the warehouse. Sasuke couldn't have been more relieved to hear his friend's voice. 5 Narumis charged at his aim, forcing her to release the water whip and jump back to gain some space. "Sasuke! Are you alright?" one of the clones asked Sasuke. Sasuke nodded as he rubbed the wrist that had just been released. "Sasuke! Your eyes!" the clone exclaimed in surprise when she saw his Sharingan. Sasuke smirked. "I say it's about time to try these babies out." With Fushi and Shibuki were able to barely put up a resistance against Murasame, but once the Chunin recovered and joined in, they were getting pummeled. "I don't know how long we can keep this up," Shibuki yelled out to Fu. "We have to try," she yelled back as she ducked the Chunin's punch, only to be kicked in the chest by Murasame and sent flying. Her flight towards some crates were interrupted when she was caught by Narumi. "Narumi-chan!" Fu yelled out in relief, turning around to see at least 10 clones behind her, who rushed in to fight against Murasame and the Chunin, hoping the superior numbers would help her. Narumi saw the bad state Fu and Shibuki was in, and called over Hinata, who was also in a similarly beat-up state. "Hinata-chan, take these two and try to patch them up as much as possible. I'll try to buy some time." Hinata nodded, and supported Fu away, while Narumi's clones relieved Shibuki from his fight. "Who is this damn bitch? How can she create so many shadow clones?" Murasame growled out. He was able to easily dispel many of them, but it was getting annoying. The Chunin, however, was getting overwhelmed when 4 clones surrounded him and began slashing at him all over. He screamed in pain as he fell to the ground. It was looking good for Team 7, with Sasuke and Narumi's clones slowly gaining the upper hand against his aim, and Narumi continuing to summon clones to keep Murasame busy. Hinata was also able to patch up Fu, Shibuki, and herself, while their opponents were continuing to be worn down. If they kept this up, they'd be able to win soon. However, their good fortune took a downward turn when a door slammed open. "You damn Konoha bastards! This is the last time you'll interfere with my plans! I'm putting an end to this right now!" Suien screamed out in rage. "Shoot! This can't be good," Narumi commented. Shibuki, however, began to pale. "Oh no!" His eyes lingered on the bottle that was stashed in Suyen's Jonin vest. If he drank that, it would be a disaster. Chapter 28, Mission to Taki Part 3. "You little shits have been getting in the way since the moment you've stepped in here," Suyen shouted at the genin of Team 7. "I'll give you one last chance to walk away and keep your lives. What happens in Taki is none of your business. Hand the demon bitch over, and leave." The 3 genin shared a look. Should they leave now? Suyen was on a different level compared to the other shinobi they had been fighting, and he had the hero water with him. Narumi looked into the eyes of her teammates, and saw the same strong resolve in both of them. No. They were already in too deep. They wouldn't go through all of this to help their friend, only to leave her now. They would see this to the end, as ill-advised as that was. They just had one question. What demon bitch? Sasuke and Hinata thought. Narumi, on the other hand, began to suspect something. She glanced over at Fu, and began to recall how Fu had been treated in the village. Could she be? Narumi wondered. After the brief pause of contemplation, Narumi spoke up on behalf of her team. You can shove it up your bum, you big potty-mouth jerk. We're not gonna let you mistreat our friend like that, you know. Fu held herself back from crying. Why would they go so far for her? No one had ever put themselves in so much danger for someone like her. She had started to think she wasn't worth it, but her new friends kept on breaking her expectations on what friends would do for each other. Suyin gritted his teeth as he growled in anger momentarily. His scowl suddenly turned into a wicked smile. So be it. Your blood will be on your own heads. No! If you kill them, it will be a disaster for Taki. Konoha won't sit still if you kill their shinobi. Shibuki yelled out to Suyin. It's not too late. Stop this madness. Suyin began to laugh. Madness? Madness is leaving the fate of the village in the hands of a cowardly teen, who doesn't have any concrete plans for the future of this village. At least your father was somewhat competent. He just had to die because he couldn't see that sacrifices needed to be made for the greater good. The expression on Shibuki's face began to shift through multiple expressions when he realized that the earlier attack by Missing Nin had been orchestrated specifically to kill his father. The slow response of the Taki shinobi and the confusion had all been set up by this man. You killed my father! Shibuki barely managed out, overwhelmed by his emotions. Suyin chuckled. Indeed. And now, you can join him. I'll pin the deaths of these leaf brats on your head too. We're not gonna go down so easily. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. Narumi yelled out, forming 50 clones around her. Murasame's jaw dropped. What the hell? What kind of chakra monster is this? He gaped at the immense feat of chakra that was in display. If you think mere numbers will be enough to defeat me, you're sorely mistaken. Suyin mocked Narumi, as he threw a kunai at a nearby water pipe, piercing it and causing it to spray water everywhere. Murasame. Miza Bunshin no Jutsu. Water clone technique. Suyin formed 6 clones, and Murasame also got the hint and formed 4 of his own. It was now 12 versus 51, which still gave Narumi the numerical advantage. Her numerical superiority, however, was negated by the fact that her opponent were both jonin. Narumi's opponents armed themselves with their signature jutsus, the water-cutting sword and water whip, and charged in at Narumi's clones. Narumi's clones drew their swords and charged in as well. However, despite having a numerical advantage that exceeded 4-1, Narumi's clones found that Suyin was not like the other Chunin she had been fighting so far. Despite only having 1/10 of the power, Suyin and Murasame's clones were tearing through her clones. Murasame's clones were working in tandem with Suyin's, using their water whips to constrain Narumi's shadow clones' movement, while Suyin's clones cut them down, with Sasuke used Narumi's clones as backup to occupy his aim, while he provided ranged support with his shuriken and kunai. Damn! These kids are annoying! His aim yelled out as she had to dodge the slashes coming at her from multiple clones, as well as the sharp projectiles that were aimed at her. She used the water whip to grab one of the wrists of the Narumi clones, and pulled her into the trajectory of the shuriken that were thrown by Sasuke, causing it to dispel. However, other than the water whip which was already activated in her hand, she had no time to form other jutsus. The tables had turned on her, putting her in the same position Sasuke was in earlier. She was surprised at the skill, ferocity, and teamwork shown by the 2 genin. If they had been in Amigekure, they would have been Chunin easily. Underestimating them at the beginning had cost her the momentum of the fight, which was completely against her. However, she was still a jonin, and his aim was able to dodge or block the attacks, using her water whip to snatch a few shuriken out of the air to add a sharp element to her whip, which she used to swipe at the Narumi clones. With each clone she was able to take out, the tide of the battle began to swing closer and closer to her side. Soon, she whipped the sharp, shuriken-tipped end of her water whip into the head of the last clone, causing it to dispel in a puff of smoke. Nice little trick, you damn leaf brats! But if you thought that was enough to take out a jonin, you're about to learn a nasty lesson. His aim taunted Sasuke, who was now alone. However, Sasuke didn't show any of the responses she was expecting to see, instead looking up to give her a smirk, with his One-Tomo Sharingan blazing. When Sasuke jerked his hands back, his aim found herself bound by ninja wires. What? When? How? His aim yelled out in shock. With these eyes, it was simple to read the patterns of your movements. Narumi's clones gave me the time and the opportunity to analyze your movement and to attach ninja wire to my shuriken and kunai. You thought you were dodging my shuriken, but they went exactly where I wanted them to go. Sasuke explained with a smug look. Fuck your damn eyes. His aim yelled out, as she struggled to break free from the razor-thin wires, which only made them cut into her flesh. Sasuke responded with an arrogant smile. I must thank you for helping me unlock them. Now it's my turn to return the favor. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu. Fire release, dragon flame technique. Fierce flames traveled up the chakra conductive wires, heading towards the bound up his aim. Despite the pain from the wires cutting into her arms, she forced them together to form the hand signs that would save her from a fiery death. Suetun, Swishuha. Water release, water colliding wave. His aim yelled out, using the water around her to create a wave of water that covered the wires to extinguish the incoming flames. His aim stood there panting, as blood dripped down her arms. Sasuke raised an eyebrow seeing his jutsu fail, but looked nonchalant otherwise. How did you like that, you damn brat? His aim yelled out. You'll fucking pay for all of this, when I rip your precious eyes out of your head. Sasuke seemed unfazed as he responded with a grin once more. I've got a few more tricks up my sleeve, woman. No need to be so impatient. He responded, with his smile widening into a mad grin that made his aim feel a chill go up her spine. You'll be the lucky one to see a jutsu of my own creation being used for the first time. Raitun, live wire trap jutsu. Sasuke yelled out as he flipped through a few hand seals that helped him focus his lightning chakra. Sparks began to travel down the wet wires, faster than the flames did previously. His aim could see what was about to happen, and had no answer for it. And oh, her screams were cut short when the electrical current wrapped all around her, causing her to spasm wildly. Sasuke hadn't fully mastered the lightning element yet, so the attack wasn't at full power. However, it was still strong enough to knock his aim unconscious. He used his ninja wires to tie her up, so she couldn't come back to be a hindrance as she woke back up. I'll have Narumi seal up your chakra later, Sasuke told the unconscious his aim. He then kicked her in the side. That's what you get for threatening to take my eyes. He then turned his attention to the other fight that was happening in the warehouse. With Narumi Saiyan's water sword went through the throat of the last Narumi clone, causing it to dispel in a cloud of smoke. Narumi gulped and subconsciously felt her own throat with her hand as the memories came back to her. And then there was one. Saiyan sneered, with Murasame chuckling behind him. Narumi was at a disadvantage as she was fighting two Jonin, but at least she had managed to finish off her opponent's water clones as well. Narumi gripped her katana tight, and pointed the tip towards Saiyan using both arms, ready to respond to any attack. Saiyan charged forward with his water sword, and the two clashed in a fierce duel of kenjutsu. Saiyan thrust his water sword at Narumi's face, and Narumi parried it aside, and came into Saiyan's guard with her arms drawn back next to her head, with the tip of her katana facing Saiyan for a stab. When Narumi got close to stab him, Saiyan sidestepped the thrust from Narumi, and brought up his knee into Narumi's chin, sending her reeling back into Murasame, who caught her from behind with his arms going under her armpits to immobilize her arms. She quickly stomped on Murasame's toes, which were exposed in his ninja sandals, and then proceeded to jump up hard to smash her head into his jaw, forcing him to release her and stumble backwards, briefly disoriented. Narumi jumped back to gain some space, and rubbed the top of her head to soothe the pain. Ouch! Okay, maybe that wasn't the best move, she mumbled to herself, as she racked her brain on what to do next. Saiyan was the better and more experienced swordsman between the two of them, and her other techniques needed her to stay still to set up and use properly. If that's all you got, then it's time I put an end to this little game, Saiyan taunted. He rapidly weaved through his hand signs, before charging up his breath and spitting out his technique. Suetun, Suiho no Jutsu. Water release, water cannon jutsu. Saiyan spit a powerful pressurized beam of water at Narumi, slightly towards the right, so she would need to go closer to Murasame to dodge, who had recovered, though his jaw was still in pain. Narumi was about to jump towards an enraged Murasame who looked ready to stab her with a kunai, in order to avoid being blasted unconscious by the powerful beam of water, before a massive fireball appeared out of nowhere and vaporized the water. All three of the combatants turned around to see where the fire had come from. Sasuke stood over a stack of crates with his arms crossed, looking down at them with his Sharingan blazing. Two grown men ganging up on a girl who isn't even a teen yet. He began to clap slowly. Now that's a man's man. Bravo. Murasame was already angry from Narumi smashing his jaw with her head. Sasuke's condescending taunting only made him madder. Why, you little fucker! He formed his whip again to grab Sasuke and pull him down. Sasuke dodged the tendril of water easily with minimal movement, merely raising the targeted foot, or tilting his head to the appropriate side as he read Murasame's movement with his newly awakened dijutsu. Narumi had to take her eyes off of Sasuke's fight when she instinctively ducked to dodge Suyen's blade, which would have taken her head off. But the surprise attack left her open to a kick in the mouth which sent her to the floor. Never take your eyes off of your opponent. Didn't that blonde bastard of your sensei teach you any better? Suyen mockingly asked. Narumi spat out blood which leaked from her busted lip as she glared at Suyen. Don't talk about my Nai-chan like that, she growled out as she gripped her sword again. She looked to her side when she felt a presence next to her, and saw Fu had come back from being patched up by Hinata. Need a hand, Narumi-chan? Fu asked with a smile. Narumi responded with a grateful smile, though the blood running between her teeth made her brilliant smile look less appealing than it was usually. I wouldn't mind too. Help me kick this jerk's butt, Narumi told Fu before the two girls nodded at each other and surrounded Suyen. With Sasuke, Murasame realized that long or medium-ranged attacks were not working on Sasuke due to the Sharingan's abilities. He needed to get close to the genin if he really wanted to beat him. Close range was his specialty anyway. He threw a handful shuriken at Sasuke, who dodged them with minimal movement yet again, but this time, that was what Murasame was hoping for. While Sasuke was occupied with dodging shuriken, Murasame rushed the stack of crates and smashed the bottom one with a savage kick which caused the stack to collapse. Losing his footing, Sasuke tumbled down as well, unable to jump off of the crate he was standing on as it was falling with him. Sasuke pushed off the broken planks and debris that covered him, and saw Murasame standing over him with a crate raised above his head. Sasuke was unable to roll away in time, so he did the next best thing and braced his arms in an X to protect his face. The crate shattered over his arms and left him disoriented, which gave Murasame the opening he needed to continue to smash crates over Sasuke. Shit! I got careless, Sasuke thought to himself. He had gotten arrogant in his new abilities after defeating his aim, and was more focused on showing off rather than trying to win, and now he was paying for it. His forearms were bruised and bleeding, and he was shaken up from the brutal smashing attacks. When Murasame saw how battered and discombobulated Sasuke was from having multiple crates smashed on him, he picked him up by the throat. You thought you were all that, because you have some fancy eyes, huh? Here's a lesson your sensei should have taught you. Don't let your guard down in a fight. Murasame then began to squeeze Sasuke's throat. Sasuke scratched and clawed at Murasame's muscular arms, but he failed to get him to loosen up his grip. His eyes began to bulge, and his face began to turn blue, and his resistance was starting to become weaker. His lungs filled up with air once again when he was dropped to the floor suddenly. Murasame had let go of Sasuke when Hinata had struck him in the arm with a Juken strike, numbing his arm. However, before she could land a second strike, he backhanded her into the floor. Damn fleas keep popping out of the woodwork, Murasame complained as he pulled out a kunai. With Shibuki watched as the two pairs of genin fought for their lives, as their jonin opponents used their superior experience, speed, reach, and strength to not only overcome the numerical advantage, but also put them on the back foot. He wanted to help, but he was held back by his fear. He remembered his younger days, when Suyen used to train him, and knew he was no match. He clutched at a small vial that was attached to a cord around his neck, as he watched Fu take a kick to her ribs, which folded her, and sent her crashing into Narumi. Fu, I wish I could help you, but I'm too weak, Shibuki lamented to himself. If only I was stronger, Shibuki thought, before he became conscious of the fact that he was clutching at a vial, and looked at what he was holding. The hero water, with Sasuke favored one leg as he stood, as the other one hurt to put much weight on it, after Murasame cut him in the thigh with a kunai. His eyes were back to normal, as even maintaining his Sharingan was difficult due to the fatigue and exhaustion, but he still forced himself to stand, so he could help Hinata in some way. Hinata had already taken quite a bit of a beating from Kurasame, so when a much stronger Murasame planted his elbow into her chest, she could barely breathe, let alone stand up without Sasuke's help. Sasuke-kun. What do we do now? Hinata wheezed out. Sasuke glared at Murasame, who cracked his knuckles as he watched the two genin leaning on each other to simply stand. Shit. What would sensei do? Sasuke mumbled to himself as he racked his brain for any ideas. Playtime is over, leaf brats. Time to pay the price of getting involved in the business of adults. Murasame told the two as he began to form the hand seals for the jutsu he would use to end this fight. You two would fetch quite the price. At least parts of you anyway. Murasame said the last part with an evil smile. Suetun, Suiro no Jutsu. Water release, water prison technique. Murasame yelled out, and the puddle the two genin were standing on suddenly encapsulated them by surprise, capturing them in Murasame's technique. The two genin desperately clawed at the sphere of water that held them in an attempt to escape, but the sphere merely flexed with their movement instead of popping, holding them in. They looked on hopelessly, as they began to run out of breath. It seemed they would drown here, far away from home and family. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. A fierce torrent of water in the shape of a dragon suddenly crashed into Murasame, violently sweeping him away and smashing him into the wall. Murasame's water prison fell away as he was swept away. Hinata and Sasuke coughed, trying to catch their breath, and looked up to see who saved them. Is that Shibuki? Sasuke asked in surprise at seeing a completely different demeanor on the usually cowardly teen. A faint glow of chakra surrounded Shibuki, who moved faster than the genin could track without their dijutsu. Shibuki jumped and landed a flying sidekick into the cheek of Murasame, who was struggling to get up after being blindsided by a B-rank water jutsu that had been amped up to a near A-rank power by the amount of chakra that had gone in it. Murasame skidded on the ground from Shibuki's kick before he crashed into a stack of crates that fell onto him. When he cleared the crates off of himself, he was greeted by Shibuki's relentless attack, which gave Murasame no time to recover. A particularly strong kick to his side sent him flying once again, mirroring Fu's flight when Suyin kicked her in the same place. Shit! How did that spineless bastard get so strong all of a sudden? Murasame wondered out loud as he got up in an attempt to mount some sort of defense against Shibuki. This is the price you pay for siding with that traitor Suyin against Taki. Shibuki yelled out as he began to form hand seals. Takigeki Ryu, Mizukiri no Yaiba. Takigeki style, water-cutting sword. Shibuki yelled out as a blade of water formed in his hand. Murasame formed a water whip in one hand, and grabbed a kunai in the other. When Shibuki charged in at him, he used his whip and tried to catch Shibuki's hand with the sword. Shibuki used his chakra-boosted speed to dodge all of the strikes that came at him, and slashed at Murasame. Murasame managed to block the brunt of the attack with his kunai, but the slash managed to remove a couple of his fingers holding the kunai. Fuck! Murasame yelled out as he winced in pain. However, Shibuki gave him no time to wallow in pain as he continued to attack him. Murasame tried his best to defend himself, but Shibuki was overpowering him. The fight was clearly on Shibuki's side, so Murasame tried to use a smoke bomb to try to escape, but right as he was about to throw it, he felt something wet yet sharp enter his chest. He dropped the smoke bomb, creating a cloud of smoke around them. When the smoke settled, Murasame was seen lying in a pool of his own blood, while Shibuki stood over him, victorious. With Narumi and Fu despite fighting together for the first time, the two girls managed to work well together. Fu spat out sticky webs at Suyin, trying to bind his limbs to the walls and columns around him, who had to dodge them to keep his mobility unhindered. Meanwhile, Narumi would follow through by slashing at Suyin with her katana, which he now couldn't block stationarily, as he would be hit with the webs the moment he stood still. The fight was at a stalemate, with Suyin having few openings to attack, while his superior skills made it hard for the girls to land any hits on him. The tides once again swung towards Narumi and her friends, when a hero water-boosted Shibuki joined in. Suyin was now on the back foot, as he now had to deal with Shibuki's water sword and Narumi's katana simultaneously, all while Fu distracted him with her web attacks. It's the end for you now, Suyin! Shibuki yelled as their swords clashed before Suyin had to duck to dodge Narumi's sword. You've got a long way to go before you can beat me. I know how weak you are. Suyin taunted Shibuki. You only feel brave enough to fight when you have a 3-to-1 advantage. Shibuki growled as he began to swing wildly at Suyin, hoping to hit him. He would get revenge for his father and shut Suyin's mouth. However, his berserker rage started to get in the way of Narumi and Fu, who now had to take extra care not to hit Shibuki, who threw caution to the wind. Their teamwork started to break down, just as Suyin had intended with his taunt. Suyin was still being pushed back by Shibuki's wild barrage of strikes, but by now, Narumi and Fu were mostly in the back seat of the fight. Shibuki began to slow down, as the fatigue of his wild attacks began to stack up, and the effects of the hero water he drank began to slowly fade. A full power slash that had sent Suyin reeling back a few slashes ago, now was stopped easily by Suyin. Looks like the effect of the hero water is starting to wear off now, huh? Soyen said with a smirk. With that statement, Shibuki's courage also wore off. He looked up at Soyen with a familiar face of fear. Soyen kicked him in the chest and sent him flying back. Well, now that we've seen you with the hero water, I guess it's my turn next. He took out the bottle he had in his vest and began to drink its contents. No! Shibuki yelled out when he saw Soyen drink the hero water. Soyen put the bottle back in his vest and began to grin when he felt the new surge of chakra flowing through his body. Narumi and Phil flew at Soyen, hoping to hurt him before his new power would kick in. Soyen moved so much faster than he had before, which threw the girls off. That opening was all Soyen needed to set up his attack. He flew through hand seals faster than the girls had ever seen before, and gathered the water around him to make a massive dragon, which dwarfed the one Shibuki had made earlier. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu! Water release, water dragon bullet technique! Soyen bellowed out, and he sent the dragon into Narumi and Fu. Narumi was closer to Soyen than Fu was, and took the full brunt of the attack, before she flew into Fu. The two girls were swept away by the raging torrent. Shibuki still had some of the effects of the hero water still left, and he tried to make the most of it by attacking Soyen from behind. However, Soyen easily avoided the telegraph strike, and once the sword passed by him, he grabbed Shibuki's wrist. You never did quite pick up my lessons now, did you? Soyen asked Shibuki before elbowing him in the cheek, sending Shibuki stumbling back with a mouth full of blood. Seeing Shibuki taking a beating from Soyen, Narumi decided to try to hold back Soyen. She got up with faltering legs, standing still as she focused her chakra, and carefully formed the right hand seals. Kongo Fusa! Adamantine sealing chains! 2 chains made of her chakra sprouted from her back, and flew at Soyen. Soyen stood over Shibuki, whose hero water effects had completely worn off now. You were always a disappointment. Now stop getting in my way, and die! Soyen yelled as he brought his sword down to finish off Shibuki. Shibuki clenched his eyes shut in fear, and expected the worst. When the sword never hit him, he opened his eyes to see what happened. Chains emerging from Narumi's back had restrained Soyen's arm, holding him back. Why, you little meddling brat! Soyen growled out angrily. The blue chakra glowing around him began to glow even brighter, as he summoned more of the hero water-boosted chakra. He roughly yanked on the chain, which jerked Narumi towards Soyen. She was taken by surprise, as her sealing chains were supposed to suppress and nullify chakra and make her opponents weaker, but Soyen was somehow able to overcome that ability, due to the hero water, and her own fatigue and wavering focus, due to not having fully recovered from taking a powerful jutsu like the Suryuden, head-on. She was sent flying towards Soyen when the chain was pulled back, and Soyen pulled out a kunai, as he was unable to form his water sword due to the chains absorbing the chakra he molded to form the sword. No! Narumi-chan! Look out! Fu yelled out when she saw the kunai in Soyen's hand. Narumi gasped when she felt the kunai pierce her stomach. Narumi looked down in shock, and saw the handle and the ringed end of the kunai sticking out of her gut. As her concentration wavered, the sealing chains vanished as well. Fu's world seemed to stop when she saw the kunai buried deep into her friend's stomach, and blood dripping from Narumi's mouth. No! No! Fu yelled out in a combination of fear, anger, and anguish. Soyen mercilessly kicked the injured girl in the stomach and sent her flying into the floor, where the kunai lodged itself even deeper. The shock of having a kunai in her stomach finally wore off, and Narumi began to register the pain. Oh! Her scream of pain rang out through the warehouse, as she writhed on the floor in a pool of her own blood. When Sasuke and Hinata heard her scream and saw her state, they rushed to her side, ignoring the pain of their own injuries. Narumi! Anoo! Sasuke yelled as he ran to her. He began having flashbacks of the massacre again, where he lost nearly his whole clan. Then he remembered how Narumi had always been there for him, even during his darkest times, and even on the night of the massacre. He couldn't bear the thought of losing her. He rushed over and held one of her hands. Narumi! You're gonna be alright. Just hold on. Hinata can help you. Sasuke told Narumi frantically, unable to hide the panic in his voice, despite his best effort in trying to sound calm, as he tried to calm and comfort her. Right, Hinata? He asked, turning to his teammate. Hinata faked a confident smile and nodded. Oh, of course, she stammered out. Her hands were white and trembling as she pulled out some disinfectant and bandages. She couldn't believe this. Narumi was supposed to be the strong one, the source of her own strength and confidence. She had to make sure Narumi was alright. When Fu saw Narumi go down, she began to lose herself to rage. How dare you do that to Narumi-chan? Her eyes began to go white, as dark red chakra forming an outline of a rhinoceros beetle began to envelop her body. Shibuki, Hinata, Sasuke, and even Narumi turned their eyes to Fu when they felt a dark, powerful chakra burst out from Fu. Oh no! Shibuki whispered out in fear. What the heck is going on? What is that? Sasuke asked in confusion. Fu-chan, so you're one too. Narumi quietly whispered to herself. Suion had drunk a large amount of the hero water, believing that the antidote Orochimaru had made for him would keep him safe from the side effects, and as a result, had received a massive boost of chakra that honestly put him on the level of some of the most elite ninja in the world. However, even he felt a chill crawl up his spine when he saw the tailed beast chakra envelop Fu, as he could feel the powerful and malevolent chakra. When two tails formed behind Fu in the shape of wings, she roared as a powerful burst of chakra exploded around her, sending shockwaves flying through the entire warehouse, shaking the walls and breaking the windows. Fu vanished out of sight and appeared in front of a shocked Suion, and socked him with a devastating punch that sent him flying through multiple crates. His flight was stopped when he smashed into the metal doors of the warehouse, where he was left embedded as he left a deep indent in the shape of his body. Suion coughed as the dust around him settled. When the pain was at a manageable level, he began to grin madly. Such power! Yes. This is what we'll need for Taki. Suion chuckled out as he pried himself out of the metal door. Suiton, Suryuden no Jutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Suion yelled out as a powerful torrent of water in the shape of a dragon tore through the crates and headed for Fu. Fu flew towards the massive dragon head-on, and punched right through it, forming a huge spray of mist behind her, as the high pressure of the water dissipated against her punch. Suion barely had the time to shift his body to the left, just managing to dodge Fu's punch which went right through the metal door behind him, as if it were made of paper. He concentrated chakra into his foot and kicked Fu, sending her flying back. Fu grew even more enraged, and began smashing the floor and the columns next to her. One smash into the metal column snapped it in half, and the roof began to sag. Fu! Watch out! Shibuki yelled as he pushed her out of the way of the collapsing roof. Fu, however, was in a berserker rage, and not aware of her actions at the moment, moving almost instinctively. When she saw Shibuki, she didn't see a friend. All she saw was another person to destroy. She backhanded Shibuki, and sent him flying through several crates, until he smashed into a pipe, which he bent. Suion appeared above her, with his water sword formed, and tried to impale her from above. The dark red chakra around Fu stretched out from her arm and punched him in the stomach, sending him flying into the truss beams holding up the roof, and destroyed the steel beams. Suion coughed out blood, as the place he had gotten punched was burnt by the corrosive chakra that surrounded Fu. Narumi watched Fu destroy everything around her in a blind rage, while Hinata removed the kunai from her stomach and tried her best to patch her up. Narumi pushed Hinata aside as she got up. Wait! Narumi-chan! What are you doing? You're in no condition to fight! Hinata asked urgently, hoping to stop Narumi. No. Fu-chan needs my help. I'm the only one who can help her! Narumi yelled out, before she coughed up some more blood. You can't help her if you're hurt like this. Hinata told Narumi in an attempt to stop her. Why are you worried about Fu? It looks like she's doing a pretty good job against Suion, with that power of hers. Sasuke added. No. Look closely. She's also hurting herself. Narumi pointed out. When Sasuke and Hinata looked at Fu, they saw that the corrosive chakra around her was also burning off her skin. She's blinded by her rage and is having trouble differentiating between friend and foe right now. I don't want her to do something she'll regret. Narumi told her friends before she brushed off their hands which were trying to hold her down. Naruto and Ai-chan. I know you told me to never use this in front of anyone, but my friends are in danger right now. I have to do this, she thought to herself as she began to meditate. Inside Narumi's mindscape. Well, look who it is. A booming voice rang out through the giant hallway. Hello, Kyuubi-chan. It's been a bit since I've been here last, no? Narumi asked. I told you not to call me that. The Kyuubi bellowed as he smashed into the massive gates that held him back. Narumi giggled. But how can I not when you have the best reactions? The Kyuubi growled. Damn it, Tell me what you want, and get the hell out of my sight. My friend is in danger, so give me some of your power so I can help. Narumi told the Kyuubi, now with a serious face. Ah, yes. The Nanabai. It's been some time since I've felt that insect's chakra. The Kyuubi mentioned. Narumi raised an eyebrow. So, you know each other? The Kyuubi didn't respond. We're going to have a talk about this later. For now, give me some of your power. Narumi demanded. The Kyuubi grinned. Fine. It's time the world learns the fear of my power again. Now go! In the warehouse, Sasuke and Hinata watched Narumi with curiosity as she sat up and began to meditate. Sasuke leaned over towards Hinata. What is she doing? Did she get hit in the head too hard? He asked the Hyuga clan heiress. I am not sure, she replied before Narumi opened her eyes. They were surprised to see her violet eyes now red, as red chakra began to bubble around her, forming a red, fox-shaped cloak with two tails around her. What the? Sasuke muttered as he scooted away from Narumi in surprise. Hinata was shocked when she saw the wound on Narumi's stomach begin to close, releasing steam as it hissed. Both Hinata and Sasuke saw the similarities between Narumi and Fu's chakra cloaks, and feared she may be in an uncontrolled rage as well. And Narumi? Are you okay? Hinata asked quietly. Narumi smiled and gave her a thumbs up. What the heck is that? What's going on? Sasuke asked, utterly confused by what was going on. I'll tell you later. I gotta help Fu for now, Narumi yelled as she jumped away with a massive leap. With Fu and Suyin, the two were going at each other, like two wild beasts tearing at each other, more so for Fu than Suyin. Suyin had to use every trick in his bag to prevent himself from being smashed into mush by Fu's monstrous hits. As Fu grew more frustrated from the misses, she began to fall deeper and deeper into her rage, and now she had three tails behind her. She began to strike out wildly, destroying the warehouse around her. Congo Fusa! Adamantine ceiling chains! Narumi yelled out once again. However, this time, the chains were boosted by the Kyuubi chakra, and four thick, dark red chains erupted from her back, and restrained Fu. Fu roared as she tried to struggle against her binds, but the Kyuubi boosted ceiling chains were much too strong for her. Suyin watched as he perched himself on a ceiling beam. That girl is a Jinchuriki too! He gasped out in shock. The only bija that Konoha is known to have is the Kyuubi. His eyes widened as he came to the conclusion. If he could catch her unaware and knock her out, he could have two Jinchuriki for Taki, which would really turn their village from a minor one into a powerhouse. They'd be able to maybe even deter action from Konoha. He decided to wait for Narumi to take out Fu. He wasn't insane enough to think he could take out two Jinchuriki at the same time. Fu! Listen to me! It's me! Narumi! I'm not gonna hurt you! You just gotta calm down! The chakra around Fu began to fizzle away, as the ceiling chains drained it away. As her rationality began to return, she saw Narumi. Na Narumi? You're okay? Fu asked weakly, exhausted and hurt from the use of her Biju chakra. Narumi smiled as she nodded. Yup. As you can see. She let the chakra cloak fade away, and the ceiling chains vanished as well. Narumi ran over to Fu to help her up. Why you? How? Are you a Jinchuriki too? Fu asked with wide eyes, when she realized Narumi had been using Biju chakra as well. Narumi nodded with a smile. I guess that really makes us family then, huh? Fu began to cry as she hugged Narumi. She had felt so lonely all of these years, even as she put up a smiling face as a facade, but she had finally found someone who truly understood her. With Narumi, she didn't have to hide any part of herself. Suyin jumped down from his hiding spot. How heartwarming, he said sarcastically as he clapped slowly. So, you're Konoha's Jinchuriki, huh? Hinata and Sasuke arrived to help the two girls. Back away from our friends! Hinata yelled out, as she reactivated her Byakugan. You foolish kids! Do you think you guys stand a chance against me right now? Your best bet was hoping the demon bitch finished me off. You foolishly squandered your best chance. If that redhead girl can't pull out her Biju power again, you're finished! Suyin yelled out. Biju? What's that? Sasuke asked as he looked over at Narumi. So she kept it a secret from you guys? Suyin commented. No matter. You'll have plenty of time to ask her. In the afterlife. He pulled out the bottle in his vest again, and chugged the whole bottle. He wouldn't take any chances with Narumi if she was a Jinchuriki too. The genin watched in fear, after they saw what kind of boost he had gotten when he had drunk only a small portion. They could only imagine what kind of boost he would get now. Suyin chucked the bottle aside after he finished drinking, shattering the bottle. Veins began to bulge from his muscles, and the chakra around him began to become thicker and more visible. Yes! I can feel the power! Suyin yelled out madly as he felt the power building up. What do we do now? Hinata asked as she began to back up as she could see the chakra building up rapidly in Suyin. Why don't you just sit still and die? Suyin screamed out as he began to rush towards the genin. Narumi desperately reached in her tool pouch for a smoke bomb, and threw it towards Suyin. Suyin ignored the bomb, as he didn't feel like some smoke would do any harm to him, and charged straight at Narumi, in order to defeat her before she went into her bijou mode. However, in her haste, Narumi had accidentally thrown the stink bomb she had convinced Hinata to buy for her, in front of Suyin, who had his mouth open as he was still yelling as he ran towards her. As powerful as the hero water made Suyin, it didn't make his sense of smell any weaker. If anything, it boosted his senses. So, when the potent stink entered his nose and mouth, he immediately froze. When he smelt the stench of the stink bomb at point-blank range, he immediately began to retch, as he was completely unprepared for something like this. Hinata could see through the noxious green fumes with her Byakugan, and saw it was her chance. She threw several samban at the chakra pathways branching out from the source of chakra at the stomach region. Her attack would have simply blocked the use of chakra for most opponents, but the use of the hero water meant there was a huge amount of chakra that was being generated from the stomach, which was meant to flow to the rest of the chakra pathways all over the body. With the chakra pathways blocked, but a massive amount of chakra building up from the hero water, the chakra began to pile up and overload the chakra source in the stomach with extreme pressure, causing Suyin intense pain. Arg! Suyin yelled as he threw up from the noxious stench of the stink bomb, the pain from the pent-up chakra, and the disorienting effect that both gave him. Congo Fusa! Adamantine sealing chains! Narumi yelled again, using Suyin's vulnerability to completely wrap him up in her chains. Katon, Gakakyu no Jutsu! Fire release, Grand Fireball Technique! Sasuke yelled out, as he used the remainder of his chakra to spew a massive fireball at Suyin. Unable to move, Suyin took the fireball head-on, which roasted him, burning him to the bone. He screamed in pain as he fell to his knees. Shibuki, after recovering enough to move, ran towards Suyin, and stabbed him through the stomach with a kunai. This is for my father! The huge amount of built-up chakra began to leak from the new hole. Arg! Suyin screamed before he exploded starting from the stomach. Boom! The genin of Team 7 and Shibuki stood there in shock, covered in gore, as the stink bomb's stench began to waft towards them. They all pinched their noses and ran outside the warehouse, away from Suyin's body. That was gross. Narumi complained as she tried to brush away the smoldering pieces of Suyin's carcass off of her. The four friends looked at each other in silence, seeing each other covered in blood and gore. Well, it looks like your stink bomb came in handy after all, Narumi-chan? Fu finally said, breaking the silence. The four friends began to laugh, partly in relief and as a coping mechanism, as the high-pressure situation had left them in a weird place mentally as the adrenaline began to wear off. Shibuki limped over towards them, to the strange sight of four laughing teenage kids covered in blood. They're insane. Absolutely insane. He thought to himself. The Hokage's office Hiruzen sat at his desk, looking over some documents, on another late night at the office. The documents he was looking at were the files he was keeping on Danzo. Each one detailed the cases Danzo had undermined his authority by taking action without his permission, like he did with the Uchiha incident. However, each one of them could be argued that he did it for the village, as shinobi were often expected to act independently if the situation called for it, and deal with the consequences later, as you didn't always have the luxury of waiting for orders. With the dirt he had collected on Danzo right now, the best he could do was strip him of his position or exile him. Hiruzen knew that was not good enough. That crafty mummy would scheme and continue to be a threat as long as there was breath in his lungs. No. He wanted to execute him. That wasn't so easy, however, as he couldn't simply order the execution of people willy-nilly. He was the supreme leader of the village, but he wasn't a tyrant. If he just killed people without cause, that would set a dangerous and irreversible precedent. He knew Danzo was dirty, but the others in the village didn't, and he needed solid evidence to convince them. You've been strangely quiet these days. Hiruzen pondered. Danzo hadn't made any moves ever since the Uchiha massacre, which was 5 years ago. The inactivity from Danzo didn't give the old Hokage any peace, however. It only made him more concerned. What are you up to? He put the documents down and leaned back in his chair as he thought, puffing on his pipe. So you're spreading propaganda that I'm unfairly favoring Naruto over the rest of the village. Hiruzen thought as he mused over the news he had been hearing about the discontent in the village, especially regarding the taxes to pay back Naruto. A move to make me distance myself from either Naruto or the rest of the village, no doubt, making me choose between two choices, which would ultimately end in my destruction either way. Clever. He smiled as he took another puff of his pipe. However, I don't intend on playing your little game. There's a third option. The Sandaime turned his chair around to look out the window, as he thought about the mission he had just sent Naruto on. I just need the gamble I took with this mission to pay off. Let's just hope my luck is better than Tsunade's. He thought to himself as he chuckled. On the surface, he sent Naruto to help with the rebellion so they could gain an alliance with Kiri. However, his true intentions lay elsewhere. Sorry, Naruto-kun. I know you don't want any of this and it's a little unfair for you, but Konoha needs this. It's time for a new face to wear this hat. He looked towards the fourth face on the Hokage monument. It's time for the son of the Yellow Flash to make his debut on the battlefield. Chapter 29, Mission to Taki Part 4. With Naruto and Zabuza, the two swordsmen stopped at a familiar bridge. Naruto smiled when he saw the sign. The Swordsman's Bridge. Heh, who would have thought we would be back here? Naruto asked Zabuza. Zabuza chuckled. Well, I can't say the idea didn't cross my mind when I thought about who to hire for the rebellion. Though I expected to be able to get the whole team. Naruto shrugged. The team is mostly broken up now. We all got our own teams and stuff to worry about. I'm a Jonin sensei now, if you recall. Who would have thought? The legendary fox of Konoha, teaching some snot-nosed genin. Zabuza commented. Some snot-nosed genin that kicked your Chunin's ass, if I'm not mistaken. Naruto added, as they walked across the bridge. They walked into the village of Wave, and Naruto was pleased at the stark difference he could see, compared to the last time he was here. It wasn't like the village had turned into a major village full of huge houses and luxuries like Konoha overnight. However, the village was going under some major reconstruction, and most of the dilapidated shacks were now mostly gone, with modest, yet functional and adequate homes taking their place. The biggest difference, however, was the atmosphere. Gone was the dark and gloomy atmosphere of hopelessness that hung over the village like a dark mist, and in its place was an upbeat, hopeful atmosphere, full of bustling activity. With the fishing and shipping industry back in full swing, and the pollution from Gato's businesses now mostly cleaned up, people were up and about, and the markets were full of business and activity. He could see kids running around, with smiles on their faces, playing as kids should, and he didn't see any thugs depriving people of their dignity. Naruto and Ai-san? Is that you? Naruto turned around when he heard a familiar voice. Well, look who it is. I almost didn't recognize you without your gloomy attitude. Naruto teased Inari as he greeted him. Geez, Ni-san. You don't have to be so mean, Inari said as he punched Naruto in the stomach playfully. Obviously it had zero impact on Naruto, but he played along. Oof. Hey. I was just kidding. You look good, kid. Looks like you got some more meat on your bones, and that wooden sword in your belt is a good accessory. Inari responded with a wide smile. And it's not just for decoration. I've been practicing every day, just like you told me to. Inari boasted. So you think yourself a swordsman now? Why don't we see what you can do with that stick then? Zabuza asked Inari. Inari knew Zabuza wasn't a bad guy, or after his family anymore, but he was still slightly scared of the man. I don't think I'm good enough to spar against you yet, Zabuza-san. Inari responded meekly. Naruto laughed out loud as he smacked Zabuza on the back. Geez, you're scaring the kid, he told Zabuza, who smirked. How about we go to your training ground and see your stances? See if you got your katas down. Inari nodded eagerly. Sounds great. Follow me. He grabbed Naruto's hand and dragged him behind. Naruto chuckled as he motioned for Zabuza to follow. All right. Let's see what you got, he told Inari. Back in Taki a couple days after the fight at the warehouse, Shibuki was busy dealing with clearing up the mess in the warehouse, and had his aim thrown into a holding cell, until Kakashi arrived to interrogate her or take her to Konoha. Meanwhile, Fu and the genin of Team 7 were at their private lounge in the hotel. Hinata and Sasuke were bandaged up in various places, due to the injuries from their previous fight. Fu and Narumi, who had taken the most damage and had the most wounds during the fight however, looked completely fine, recovering after a couple nights of decent sleep at the hotel. "So, you're telling us that you had the freaking Kyuubi sealed inside you this whole time?" Sasuke asked in disbelief when he heard Narumi explain what had happened in the warehouse, and how she healed so quickly. Narumi smiled sheepishly. Hee hee. "Yeah, something like that. Hope you guys don't mind." "Of course, we mind. How could you keep such a big secret from us this whole time? I thought we were friends," Sasuke yelled, throwing up his hands in the air. Narumi raised an eyebrow. "That's what you're mad about? Not the fact that I have a demon sealed inside me that destroyed half the village? Do you think we're stupid? What the Kyuubi did has nothing to do with you. I'm just mad you kept it a secret from us. It's like you don't trust us," Sasuke responded. "Oh. Well, Naruto and Ai-chan told me not to tell anyone. Said it was an S-ranked village secret," Narumi responded. When Sasuke heard it was Naruto's idea, he accepted it immediately. "Oh. I mean, if Naruto and Ai-san thought it was a good idea to keep it a secret, I guess it was for the best." "An SR rank S secret?" Hinata gasped. But that means you can get executed for talking about it." "Oh. Then I guess I didn't tell you anything," Narumi said with a sly smile, as she winked at her friends. "Kinda jealous though. You had a freaking kunai in your gut, and a couple days later you're completely fine," Sasuke told Narumi. "Meanwhile, I get a few scratches from some crates in kunai, and I look like a freaking mummy over here." He lifted his arms as he complained. "These bandages are itchy and annoying." Fu chuckled as she watched her friends. The way they had blown off their Jinchuriki status like it was nothing had really touched her. They knew what she and Narumi were, but they didn't care. To them, both her and Narumi were normal girls. That was all Fu had ever wanted to be. "So I gotta ask, how did you guys know where I was?" Fu asked her friends, who were more like family to her now. "Oh. Well, you see, Mushimura came and led us to you," Narumi told Fu. "It was Mushirama, you idiot," Sasuke tried to correct her. Guys? Wasn't it Mashiko?" Hinata suggested. Fu giggled before she called for beetles, which landed on her hand. Which one of them was it? The genin of Team 7 looked at the beetles closely. At first glance they looked similar, but upon taking a closer look, they realized they all looked slightly different. It was this one. Narumi pointed at a specific beetle. "Right, guys?" Sasuke and Hinata nodded. "This one? Are you guys sure?" Fu asked, and the genin of Team 7 nodded. Fu giggled again before speaking. "Sorry to break it to you guys, but that's Mushikin." "Thanks, Mushikin." Fu thanked the bug by giving it some jam that was left over from breakfast. "Oh. Well, it looks like you were wrong, Sasuke-chan," Narumi told Sasuke. "Don't call me that. Besides, you were wrong too, stupid," Sasuke growled back. Hinata and Fu giggled as they watched the two argue. "Whatever, Sasuke-chan," Narumi said as she rolled her eyes. "Besides, there's something else we gotta deal with. Something more important." "What's that, Narumi-chan?" Fu asked Narumi. "We have to get Kakashi-sensei back for not showing up on time. If he was here, we wouldn't have had to get our butts kicked so hard," Narumi said as she smacked her fist into the palm of her other hand. Fu felt a drop of sweat roll down her forehead when she saw the dark looks enter Sasuke's, and surprisingly, Hinata's eyes as well. She could briefly feel killing intent leaking from them as their auras darkened. The genin of Team 7 cracked their knuckles. "So, what's the plan?" Sasuke asked in a low voice. Narumi smiled, though it wasn't one of her usual nice smiles. No, this was an evil smile. "You guys know that orange book he reads all the time?" Narumi started to explain her plan, and the two other genin began to smile the same evil smile as they listened. Fu looked at them, slightly worried. An evil smile definitely did not fit their faces, especially not Hinata, with Naruto and Zabuza. "Not bad, kid," Zabuza commented, as he saw Inari go through his stances. "Hell, looks like you put in the work." "Good job, Inari," Naruto complimented Inari. Inari smiled a proud smile as he wiped the sweat off of his brow. Told ya! I'm gonna be the strongest swordsman to come out of Wave. Just you wait, Inari declared. Dinner's ready! Tsunami called out to the three who were in the yard of what was formerly Gao's mansion, which was now both the office for Wave's shipping company, Wave's village center, and Tazuna, Tsunami, and Inari's house. In a couple minutes, Naruto, Zabuza, Inari, Tsunami, and Tazuna were seated around the dinner table, which was full of delicious seafood dishes. Naruto and Zabuza dug into the food with gusto, famished after a day of traveling. Tsunami's skill in cooking only made them more ravenous. Tsunami smiled as she watched Naruto eat. Life was so much better now. She could now say with confidence that life was good, unlike before, and she owed it all to the blonde man in front of her. I'm glad you're enjoying the food, Tsunami told Naruto and Zabuza. How could we not? Your cooking has gotten even better, Naruto complimented as he ate. Tsunami laughed modestly, with a hand covering her mouth. Well, I have much better ingredients to cook with, due to Wave's improved situation. Naruto gave her a thumbs up with one hand, as the other hand was occupied with a lobster claw. You've done a great job with this place. I knew I made the right decision when I made you my partner and president of Wave's shipping company, Naruto told Tsunami. Tsunami blushed slightly from the praise. I'm just trying to do my best to return your faith in me by making sure the village and the company do well. The whole village owes you, Tazuna added in. Please, if there's anything we can do for you, let us know. Naruto and Zabuza looked at each other. Well, we'd appreciate it if you could get us a ship, Zabuza suggested, and a whole bunch of supplies, Naruto added in. Tsunami grinned. She'd been waiting to return even a small fraction of the favor Naruto had done for her. Don't you worry about the supplies. Now, how big of a ship do you need? She asked. Intaki. Man! That's the third bookstore that wouldn't sell us that book, Narumi whined, as the gang walked out of the bookstore. Just how dirty is that book? Sasuke wondered out loud. I mean, it is pretty saucy, Tho commented. The three genin of Team 7 turned around to look at her. You've read Ika Ika before? They asked almost in unison. Tho nodded. Yeah. I found a copy in the alley next to a whole bunch of magazines. The pages of the magazines were all stuck together, so I left those behind, but the book was in decent condition, Tho mentioned, not realizing the implications of what she said. Narumi and Hinata didn't understand either, so they were more interested in the book, but Sasuke couldn't help but blush. Sweet! Do you still have it? Narumi asked. Tho nodded. Yeah. It's actually a pretty decent read if you get past all the weird scenes. A few moments later, they were in Tho's house, looking through her bookshelf. Ah, here it is! Tho exclaimed as she pulled out the book. Narumi took the book and opened it up. She was curious to see what all the hype about it was. The genin in Team 7 read the first few pages together, before Narumi slammed the book shut. You! Gross! I didn't even know they used that like that. Ugh! I'll never be able to look at a cucumber the same way ever again. Narumi wanted to pour bleach in her eyes. Sasuke sat with his legs crossed awkwardly, staring out the window, trying his best not to make eye contact with any of the girls around him. Hinata had a huge blush on her face. That's so weird, people do that? Tho just shrugged. I guess so. The story gets better in the second half. The first part is mostly just people and oh. Please! I don't want to hear it, Narumi said as she plugged her ears with her fingers. I need to find some soap to clean my eyes. Ugh! Kakashi-sensei! You pervert! Narumi screamed as she ran to the bathroom to scrub her eyes clean of the filth that corrupted them. I need to go get some fresh air, Sasuke mentioned before walking outside with a strange gait. What was that all about? Tho asked Hinata in confusion. I am not sure, Hinata replied. If you don't mind, I'll be taking this. You know, we might need it later. For pranking Kakashi-sensei, of course, Hinata said with an embarrassed look on her face as she grabbed the Ika Ika book. Tho just winked at her with a knowing smile and gave her a thumbs up. Your secret is safe with me, Hinata-chan. Hinata's face hid behind the collar of her hoodie, as she sank inside her giant hoodie in embarrassment. Her hands, however, hid the book into her pockets. In Wave the next day, Zabuza whistled, impressed at the speed the small woman had organized everything. Is this good enough? Do you need anything else? Tsunami asked. How many people did you say this ship could hold? Naruto asked as he looked over the ship. Well, it's not the largest ship, so not too many. I'd say around 10 to 20 people. Up to 40 if you remove all of the cargo. Tsunami responded. Perfect. And the supplies? Naruto asked as he watched Tsunami's workers load crate after crate of supplies on board. Enough food to feed several hundred people for a couple weeks, some clothes, medical supplies, some sealing equipment, and some steel ingots. Tsunami responded. I gotta ask? What do you need all this for? She asked. I can't tell you that right now. Maybe later. It's sensitive information. Naruto replied. Tsunami nodded. She knew Naruto was a shinobi, and had to keep some secrets. She didn't want to pry into his business anyway. The workers will probably finish loading the ship in a few minutes. Tsunami informed Naruto, who nodded approvingly. Are you sure you won't need any sailors? Naruto shook his head. Zabuza has some experience sailing, and I can provide all of the labor force we'll need to sail this ship. Tsunami nodded, and a few moments later, the workers loaded the last crate into the cargo hold. Naruto and Zabuza boarded the ship, while Tazuna, Tsunami, and Inari waved at them. When will we see you again? Inari asked. Who knows? Hopefully it won't be too long. Naruto replied as he waved at the boy and his family. Don't forget to keep working on your kenjutsu. Naruto yelled as the ship began to leave the dock. Thank you for your help, Tsunami-san. Naruto yelled out as the sails went up. Come back at any time. You're always welcome and wave. Tsunami yelled back. Soon, the waving family were small specks in the distance. So, let's get going in earnest, shall we? Naruto suggested to Zabuza. I was just waiting for you to finish your sappy farewell. Zabuza replied with a smirk. Let's get moving. Naruto smirked. Kiri, here we come. Intaki, the ninja from Konoha is here. He's just outside the village. One of the hotel staff came and alerted the genin. Why, thank you. Narumi responded as she got up. The genin double-checked to see if they had all of their stuff with them. Fu watched sadly as she looked at her friends get ready to leave. It seemed her short trip in heaven was over. Soon, they would be leaving, and she would be back to her life as a pariah of the village, all alone. The four friends began to leave the hotel, when Fu was stopped by one of the hotel staff. Fu-san. A moment, please. Are you talking to me? Fu asked in surprise. No one in this village ever called her Fu-san. She'd usually be lucky if they didn't call her a demon or bug bitch. Indeed. Our boss wanted me to give you this. The hotel staff handed Fu an envelope. She opened it up, and saw a small letter and a key inside. She began to read the letter, with Team 7 reading it as well over her shoulders. Dear Fu-san, I'm the owner of this hotel, and one of the elders of the village. You may not know this, but my family and I were some of the hostages you helped save and protect from Suein and his henchmen. In the past, I've let my prejudiced view of you dictate my actions towards you. I've come to realize it was foolish of me. You are much more noble than I am, and I owe you my apology. It's not much, but I would like for you to feel free to use any of the hotel's facilities, whenever you wish, free of charge. You are also free to use the room you had been staying at, for as long as you want. We'd be happy if you decided to live there permanently. With this letter, I've also put in the key to the room. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us, and I hope we can have a better relationship moving forward. Sincerely yours, the Hojo family. Wow, Fu! Congrats! Narumi told Fu as she patted her in the shoulder. Fu couldn't believe what she just read. Was this really happening? The hotel staff bowed to the gang as they left, Fu still in shock. As they walked outside, some of the kids on the streets waved at her, while some of the owners of the bigger stores gave her a polite bow, shocking both Fu and the other store owners. It looks like the village is finally recognizing you for you, instead of the Nanabai. I'm so happy for you! Narumi congratulated Fu. She understood what that really meant for Fu, who was still awestruck. I'm not dreaming, am I? Pinch me. Fu asked Narumi. Narumi pinched the skin on Fu's tricep. Oh. Hey, that's a sensitive spot. Fu shouted, as she rubbed her arm to soothe the sharp pain. Hey, you asked me to pinch you. Narumi responded, putting up her hands in front of her in defense. Fu smiled. She wasn't dreaming. Hinata and Sasuke also smiled at Fu, happy for their friend. Fu took a look at the village around her. Though there were still a bunch of disapproving and hateful looks, there were now several faces that looked on her favorably with smiles. Was this the better tomorrow they were talking about in those books she was reading? Suddenly, living in Taki didn't seem so bad anymore. She was broken out of her thoughts when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Looks like things are gonna get better for you, Fu? Narumi said with a smile. Congrats. Looks like at least some people aren't as dumb as I thought. Sasuke said to congratulate Fu, trying to look cool with his arms crossed, talking to Fu over his shoulders with his back turned to her. We're happy for you, Fu-chan. Hinata told Fu. You deserve to be liked. Of all of the faces that were smiling at her, these three were the most important ones. A smile that stretched from ear to ear formed on her face, as she tackled the three of them in a hug. Thanks, guys. Everything got better once I met you guys. You're like the family I never had. Looks like you three made a new friend, eh? A familiar voice called out to them, which made the warm smiles on Team 7's face change to that of a serial killer. They whipped their heads around to see who it was. Narumi tried to hold her smile, but she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi was a little thrown off by the way she said sensei. What was that all about? Hey! Who let this guy in here? Narumi asked. I thought nobody knew how to get in. Shibuki stepped forward. I decided to let him in when I heard he was outside. Moving forward, Konoha and Taki will have much closer ties. Yo! You guys ready to head back to Konoha? He said as he gave a two-finger salute to Narumi in greeting. Oh, but we still want to spend some time with our new friend, Sasuke said with an innocent voice, just like they practiced. Besides, we have a gift for you that you might want to check out, Narumi said with a sickly sweet voice and smile. Warning alarms were going off in Kakashi's brain, but he brushed them off. What could a bunch of genin do to him anyways? Besides, he liked gifts. Everyone thought he was too cool for gifts, an image he maintained on purpose to look cool and to hide a weakness, but he was secretly a sucker for them. Especially when they came in small, rectangular, book-shaped packages. What is it? He asked in a disinterested voice, perfectly masking his excitement in his lazy tone. Oh, you know. It's one of those books that you like to read so much. I don't know what it's all about, since they wouldn't let us peek into it before they wrapped it for us, but it seems to be popular, Narumi told Kakashi as she handed him his gift. Kakashi tore the wrapping paper open, to see a familiar book cover. Ah. Aika Sensei. A classic. I've read this one already. Thanks though, Kakashi said lazily. Narumi had to rack her brain quickly to make him open the book. Shoot! Of course, he read it already, that giant pervert. It's supposed to be a S special edition. Hinata quickly interjected. They said it has P pictures inside. Kakashi's one visible eye widened in defiance of Kakashi's will to look calm. Did you just say PPP pictures? Kakashi stuttered uncharacteristically, as he began to feel hot inside. Yeah. The bookstore owners told us never to open the book, since the pictures were inappropriate for us, Narumi said as she looked at Hinata gratefully. Kakashi began to breathe roughly, as he slowly opened the book with hands trembling with excitement. He had always wanted to see the famous cucumber scene illustrated. While Kakashi's attention was consumed by the book, Narumi looked at Kakashi with disgust, as she subconsciously covered herself. She wished she could wipe her memory clean of that disgusting scene. Sensei were not supposed to do that with their students, whatever that was supposed to be. When Kakashi opened the book, he saw a strange seal that began to glow suddenly. Before Kakashi could react, as his fantasizing got in the way, the seal sprayed him with a sticky liquid, which was a combination of honey, jam, pheromones, and water. What the? Kakashi said as he sniffed the liquid on him. Did they say the book was a 4D experience as well? He wouldn't put it past Jiraiya to put something like that in a book. The man was a mad genius. Narumi, Fu, and Sasuke had no idea what he was talking about, but Hinata, who had secretly read the book at night, began to blush, knowing exactly what Kakashi was referring to. Suddenly, several swarms of different bugs began to amass around them, and headed straight for Kakashi. When he heard the ominous buzzing, Kakashi looked up and saw what looked like a black cloud. He booked it immediately. Shit! What the hell did I do to deserve this? Kakashi yelled as he ran from the cloud of insects that chased him. The four friends were rolling on the ground with laughter, crying and out of breath from laughing too hard. "Oh man! My abs!" Narumi yelled out as she laughed. "You should have seen his face! Man, I wish I had a camera!" Kakashi dove into the lake when he couldn't lose his pursuers after running for several minutes. The genin gathered around the lake and laughed at him. "That's what you get for being late, you slacker!" Kakashi's head rose out of the water, with a frog sitting on the lily pad that was on his head. "This reminds me why I never became a Jonin sensei," Kakashi growled out to himself, before the frog jumped off and splashed water onto his face. With Naruto and Zabuza sailed the ship into a secret cove on a rocky island that was covered in mist. "So, this is the base? How many people do we have on our side? This island seems a bit small," Naruto asked as they jumped off of the ship. "We have around 5,000 to 7,000 on small encampments on different islands. That way, if any of our forces get discovered, we'll still have many more that are hidden," Zabuza told Naruto as he tied their ship to a post. "That's a good strategy to cut your losses and keep the rebellion going, but that seems like communication would be a bitch," Naruto commented. "That's one of our biggest issues right now. Having to operate in secret due to our small numbers, communication and logistics has been a real headache," Zabuza responded. Naruto grinned. "I think I got a few ideas that could improve that front." Zabuza raised an eyebrow. "You haven't even seen our camps yet. What could you have possibly thought of?" "I'll let you know when I tell your leader," Naruto replied. "By the way, you never did tell me who the leader of the rebellion was." Zabuza smirked. Our leader." He began to chuckle. "Why don't I leave that as a surprise for you as well? In the meantime, follow me. Our camp is hidden in this mist, so you do well to stay close, lest you get lost." Naruto shrugged his shoulders and followed. The sooner he could get to their camp, the sooner he could meet this mysterious leader of the Bloodline Rebellion. Back in Taki, Team 7 decided to stay until the next day, as Kakashi needed to wash all of the sticky liquid out of his clothes and hair, and they wanted to spend more time with Fu. They decided to get dinner at the Waterfall Pagoda, where they first had dinner with Fu. It turned out the luxury dining spot was also owned by a grateful member of a village elder's family who had been rescued by Fu, and she was welcome to eat there whenever she pleased. After a night of very little sleep, which the genin spent just chatting and hanging out with Fu for the last time, they got ready to leave in the morning. Fu and Shibuki followed them to the entrance of Takigakure. "So I guess this is where you say goodbye to your friend, you little demons," Kakashi told Team 7, while he glared at them. He still could smell the sweet scent on him, but hoped the bugs on the trip couldn't. "When will I see you guys again?" Fu asked with a wavering voice, as she was trying her best not to cry. "I'm not sure, but we'll try to visit if we're ever nearby. You should visit Konoha as well. We'll show you around. You gotta try this ramen stand, it has the best food in the world. It even has a dish named after me. Oh. And we'll introduce you to Shino." Narumi rattled off as she held on to Fu's hands. "We'll see if we can work something out. We'll be busy reorganizing Taki after this whole mess, but we'll try to arrange something soon." Shibuki mentioned. We could write to each other. Since Taki and Konoha are now allied, it should be easier to send letters to each other. Hinata suggested. Fu smiled. "Good idea. I've always wanted a pen pal. You guys better write often." The three genin of Team 7 nodded. "Of course. That's a great idea, Hinata-chan," Narumi yelled out. "Alright kids, it's time for us to head out now," Kakashi told Team 7. "Wait. One last thing," Narumi yelled out hastily, as she pulled out a scroll. She unsealed a red, tube-shaped bag that could be strapped to the back. "We bought this for you," Narumi said as she handed it over to Fu. "Sweet. I love the color," Fu said excitedly as she strapped the bag on her back. "How do I look?" she asked. Narumi and the others responded with a thumbs up and a warm smile, which put a smile on Fu's face as well. However, Fu had to ask. But what is it?" Narumi spoke up with a smile. "Glad you asked? The top zipper opens up a pouch where you can store supplies, but the bottom part of the bag is a house for your bugs. You see, we thought it would be cool if you could carry your friends around with you all the time, so you'd never be alone. Guys!" Fu cried out, with tears forming on her eyes. We also got this for you." Hinata handed a small orange hairpin to Fu. We thought it would match your eye color. Fu wiped a tear out of her eye as she looked at the hairpin. Thanks, guys. I love it. She quickly put it on her hair. Sorry I wasn't able to get you guys anything, Fu said with a frown. I'll try to send you guys something with a letter. Narumi smiled. That would be nice, but you don't have to. We heard it was your birthday when we first met. Think of this as a late birthday present. The three girls embraced in a group hug, while Kakashi and Sasuke watched from the side. Get your butt in here, Sasuke, or I'll use my chains to bring you in, Narumi yelled out. Sasuke rolled his eyes and walked over to the group, where Narumi snatched him by his arm and pulled him into the group hug. If the other guys saw him like this, there would be no end to the teasing. Sasuke was glad nobody else was here. Snap! The group turned around to see Kakashi hold up a camera. Well, that's a cute scene. I can't wait to get the picture developed, Kakashi said with an eye smile on his one visible eye. Give me that! Sasuke yelled as he tried to snatch the camera out of Kakashi's hand, but to no avail. He had an image to uphold, damn it! The girls laughed at the scene. A few moments later, the team finally began to head back. Bye, Fu-chan. Hope you have an awesome life from now on, Narumi yelled out as she waved. Fu smiled as she thought about everything that changed ever since she met her new friends. Don't worry. Everything is gonna be great from now on. I can feel it. Thanks for everything, she yelled out as she waved her friends goodbye. And don't be so mean to Kakashi-san. You guys heard her. Be nice, Kakashi said as he pulled out a book out of his pocket. Narumi rolled her eyes. Whatever you say, Kakashi-sensei. On the road to Konoha. So, looks like you had a good time in Taki, huh? Kakashi said as he had his eyes buried in his book, though he still surprisingly managed to walk on the path without bumping into anything. The genin just glared at the back of his head, with a gaze that looked like it would drill through his head. They didn't even bother to answer his infuriating question. What took you so long to get here anyway? Narumi yelled angrily. Oh, you know. I was helping a paranoid client walk his dog, when it suddenly found a bag full of dangerous drugs, which happened to belong to an underground gang of missing nin, which included several A-rank ninja. Kakashi explained with a nonchalant voice as he read his book. I had to root them all out and then assassinate them after extracting everything of value, after several days of undercover work. Real time-consuming stuff. Sasuke rolled his eyes at what sounded like an obvious excuse. Liar! Narumi shouted accusingly as she pointed a finger at the silver-haired ANBU captain. At least come up with a believable excuse, you slacker! The genin humphed and walked past the stunned Kakashi, who actually put down his book for a second. Huh! But I'm being serious. Kakashi spoke to no one in particular as the genin left him behind. Damn these kids! Can't a man get some respect? Here I was, busting my ass off doing real work, while they were at Taki having a vacation. What's the big deal anyway? Kakashi grumbled to himself. In the Hokage's office roughly a day later, Team 7 and Kakashi stood in front of the Hokage, as they gave their mission report. As the genin gave their account of what happened, Hiruzen and Kakashi's face began to get paler the more they heard. I see. That's quite a turn of events. Due to the sensitive nature of the topics discussed, such as the status of your teammate and your new friend, let's keep this a secret for now, understood? Hiruzen barely managed to say with a face he forced to appear calm, despite how he felt inside. Hi, Hokage-sama, the genin responded in unison. Good. I'll have your mission bumped up to another A-ranked mission, and I'll have your pay sent to your accounts, Hiruzen told the team. The genin smiled at each other. They had added another A-rank mission under their belts, this time, without Naruto-sensei. Now if that's all, you're all dismissed. Except you, Kakashi. You stay, Hiruzen told the shinobi in front of him. Hi! The genin saluted the Hokage, as they began to leave. Woohoo! I'm filthy rich again! Ichiraku's here I come! Narumi yelled as she jumped up with a fist in the air. Hiruzen waited for their footsteps to grow quieter after the doors shut, and they eventually became inaudible as they left his office. The old Hokage then collapsed into his seat. This is a disaster. We're lucky they got back in one piece, the Hokage said as he began to stress. He smashed his table with his fist as he yelled at Kakashi. You were supposed to have reached them the day Naruto left. If I knew you would be this late, I would have sent someone else. You were the closest ninja available. What the hell happened? My mission took longer than expected. What was I supposed to do, abandon my mission? Kakashi said in his defense. Besides, they were in allied territory. I thought they were going to be fine. Nobody told me there was an insane traitor in their midst. You could have let me know. I would have sent someone else. Nobody told me there was a traitor there either. Hiruzen yelled back. Why would Naruto leave his team there with such a threat lurking? Isn't it partially his fault? Kakashi asked. I told him you would be there that evening. I ordered him to come to Konoha the moment he read my letter, as there was something urgent. We didn't really have the chance to talk about things other than the urgent mission I sent him on. The two men stared at each other in silence. Shit! What are we going to do now? Naruto is not going to be happy, Kakashi said, breaking the silence. Not happy? He's going to be furious. Hiruzen cried out. And Narumi's well-being is the only thing that makes him act irrationally. When he hears a kunai went through dash, he's not going to hear about that. Hiruzen interrupted Kakashi. We're going to erase that part from the official accounts. Until Naruto returns from his mission, you'll be responsible for Team 7. But I never signed up to be Jonin-sensei. Kakashi complained. Consider it your punishment for your part in this fiasco. Hiruzen told Kakashi. Mine will be cleaning up this mess, and making sure Naruto doesn't find out. This is your newest mission. Operation, don't let Team 7 tell Naruto they were in mortal danger. It will be an S-rank mission. Hiruzen told Kakashi. In the Bloodline Rebellion camp, Zabuza led Naruto through a maze-like formation of rocky formations, which was hidden in a thick mist, before they arrived at a clearing with no mist. They had finally reached the camp of the rebellion. The two walked through the busy camp, towards a large tent in the middle, which appeared to be the commander's tent. Naruto looked around as he walked, and saw the place was full of rugged-looking shinobi, who looked like they had seen better days. The camp was bustling with activity, some training their skills, some being patched up from injuries they had received in their last raid, blacksmiths forging new kunai or other equipment they needed, and people moving things around here and there. The rebels kept a wary eye on the foreigner that was with one of their high-ranking members. Even as they saluted Zabuza, they observed Naruto with a suspicious look. Looks like they're quite wary. Naruto commented. Don't worry about that. They're just not used to seeing unfamiliar faces. Zabuza responded. Good. At least they know to always keep their guards up. Looks like they might be more useful than your average rabble. Naruto replied. Soon, they reached the tent, and Naruto entered when Zabuza lifted up the flap at the entrance for him. Naruto looked around, and saw an older, rugged-looking man with an eye patch, who looked like he had been through countless battles. Ah, this must be the leader of the rebellion. Naruto thought when the man stepped up to approach him. Naruto gave him a slight bow. Hello? I'm the help you hired from Konoha. The man with the eye patch raised the eyebrow on his visible eye. Zabuza, where's the rest of them? They weren't available. Zabuza replied with a shrug of his shoulders. They said he was the best they could offer. The man with the eye patch scoffed. This is ridiculous. This is an insult to our rebellion. What do they expect us to do with just one shinobi, that we couldn't already do with ours? Naruto felt a bit disrespected, but kept his cool, as he didn't want to offend the leader of the rebellion so early on. I apologize on behalf of my village, but we couldn't afford to let our involvement in the rebellion become known to the public. It was easier to hide the presence of one person compared to a team, so they sent me. But don't you worry, I'm more than capable of making up for a team, as you'll find out soon enough. Naruto said calmly. The man scoffed again. Humph! They sent an arrogant pup. Back in my day, such arrogance got people killed. Is it arrogance if a lumberjack says he's good at cutting trees? Naruto responded, barely remaining patient. Why you? The man yelled at him, before he was cut off by a feminine voice. Now, Ao. No need to be so rude to our guest. The alluring voice said with authority. Mei-sama. My apologies. The man with the eye patch said with a bow. That threw Naruto off. Huh! He turned around to see who had just spoken. His eyes landed on the most physically attractive woman he had ever seen in his entire life. She had long, auburn hair that was tied into a knot at the top, but still fell all the way down her back, and her bangs covered one of her eyes, which made her look even more attractive with a slight mysterious look. Her beautiful green eyes had a seductive, yet playful look to them, though a more observant eye would discover eyes that were sharp, attentive, and dangerous, having seen the terrors of war. His eyes subconsciously traveled further down, landing on a well-endowed chest that would have most men dreaming for years to come. Beneath her blue kimono, which barely attempted to cover her generous bust, she had a kunoichi's body, with lean muscles primed for action. She had her long, slender legs crossed seductively, gently swinging the leg on top to a steady rhythm. Other than her undeniable beauty, which stuck out like a bright flower amongst dry thorn bushes, Naruto was shocked by how young she looked. She looked like she couldn't be that much older than himself, and she was apparently the leader of this whole rebellion. "Like what you see?" she asked with her alluring, yet playful voice. Naruto realized his mouth had been opened slightly, and closed it immediately. "How dare you gawk at our leader with your ravenous eyes, ogling her as if she was a young, ripe fruit, ready to be picked and eaten slowly, while savoring the juicy flavor." Ao, the man with the eye patch who was revealed not to be the leader, shouted at Naruto. The tent became silent. "Literally nobody was thinking that, Ao-san," Naruto replied, breaking the awkward silence. Mei's bangs covered both of her eyes, casting a shadow over them, as her seductive smile turned into a deadly one. "Ao, shut up or I'll kill you," Mei said in a threatening low voice, as she gritted her teeth through her smile. "And my apologies, Mei-sama. I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that the man was staring at your dash. That's enough, Ao. We get the point." Zabuza cut him off before he said something stupid again. "I apologize for Ao's behavior," the young, female leader of the rebellion said to Naruto. "It's quite alright. I suppose my stare could be interpreted in that way. It's just that I was surprised to see someone so young leading such a dangerous rebellion," Naruto explained. "Heh. Nice save," Zabuza thought to himself with a smirk. "Oh. Is that so?" Mei said with a smirk. "I assure you, my age does not define my power or capabilities. I would assume you would be somewhat knowledgeable on that subject, judging by how young you are yourself, Lumberjack-san." Naruto gulped when he heard the suggestive way she said Lumberjack-san. He attempted to look calm on the outside, but beads of sweat began to run down the back of his neck. Mei grinned when she saw how uncomfortable she was making Naruto. She had gained control of their interaction, and Naruto knew it as well. Mei knew she was sexy, and used it to full effect to control any situation she could. She would use anything to achieve her goals, using her attractiveness as another tool in her tool belt, as any true shinobi should. Within just a couple of minutes of meeting her, Naruto knew she was not someone to be trifled with. "Sounds like you're quite confident in your abilities. What would you say your skill set includes, Fox-san?" Mei asked. "If I'm being modest, I'd say, everything," Naruto replied, earning a glare or a roll of the eye from the others in the tent. "And I'd prefer to be called Naruto. Namike Uzumaki Naruto. Or Uzumaki Naruto officially, I suppose, since I'm the clan head now." That got everyone's attention. This was the son of the legendary Yellow Flash of Konoha, and the clan head of the last remaining members of the fabled Uzumaki clan. "I see. Glad to have you here then, Uzumaki Naruto-kun," Mei said, emphasizing the kun. "I'm Narumi Mei, the leader of our little rebellion." She stood up and opened up her arms, as she broke out into a smile. "Welcome to the Kiri Bloodline Rebellion." Chapter 30, The Bloodline Rebellion Part 1. In the commander's tent. "Now that you're with us, we can't have you looking like you came straight from Konoha, now can we?" Mei said before she snapped her fingers. Chojuro, a 16-year-old boy with short, spiky blue hair and glasses on his face, ran into the tent and saluted Mei. "You called for me, Mei-sama?" Chojuro asked in a shy voice, a little wary of the blonde Konoha ninja also present. "Yes. I'd like for you to get Naruto-kun here, a suit of our uniform, a sword, and a hunter-nin mask," Mei ordered. "Hi." The young teen scurried off to get the supplies after his reply. "Good. When Chojuro returns, I'd like for you to change into your new uniform. Since you're so adamant about keeping your identity a secret, you may wear the hunter-nin mask when you go on missions," Mei told Naruto. "A good idea," Naruto agreed with a nod. "So, what would you have me do?" he asked the young leader of the rebellion. "Before I can figure out what kind of assignments I can give you, I'd like to send you on a mission to figure out what exactly you're capable of. A small test of sorts," Mei explained. "I know you're quite confident in your abilities, but all we have are your words. We'd like to see some of your skills for ourselves." I hope you don't mind, do you, Naruto-kun? The flirtatious woman purred in a sensual voice, making the hair on the back of Naruto's neck stand up. Oh, of course. I would have done the same thing myself, Naruto replied. He mentally chided himself for stuttering. This damn woman was throwing him off his game with her flirtatious approach. Why, thank you, Naruto-kun. I knew you'd understand. Mei cooed as she smiled. Now what to do with you? Mei hummed to herself as she looked through some scrolls and letters. Mei-sama! Here are the supplies you asked for, Chojuro announced as he entered with an armful of supplies, as Mei picked out some letters. Thank you, Chojuro. You may leave them on the table over there. You are dismissed for now, Mei told Chojuro, who did as he was told and left with a salute. Why don't you change into your new gear while I decide the mission for you? Mei told Naruto, who nodded. He took off his blue cloak, then took off his jonin vest, leaving just his black, skin-tight, long-sleeved turtleneck shirt he wore underneath, which revealed his chiseled body underneath. It was Mei's turn to check out Naruto. Mei took a second to admire the blonde man's body. The outline of his abs and his pecs barely visible through the shirt revealed just enough to get taste of what really lied underneath. She noted that he had a youthful and handsome face, but it wasn't as feminine or delicate as many of the handsome noble boys. The blonde hair, which was cropped shorter at the sides, complemented his blue eyes to give him a striking look. Together with his lean, yet muscled body, Mei had to admit the man was quite attractive. Naruto, however, was oblivious to Mei's observant eye on him, and dressed himself in the classic Kiri Anbu attire, a dark gray long-sleeved shirt with a lighter gray flak jacket with shoulder guards on top. On his arms were grayish-blue bracers made of several layers of tough cloth. Mei turned her attention away from the man, and got back to more important matters. Here's a good one. This is a letter sent from some of our spies. One of the outposts overlooking a vital sea route has been sending and receiving a large number of letters recently, far more than usual. Clearly, they are up to something. Mei explained. I'd like for you to lead a small team and gather intel on what they are planning. Ao will act as my eyes on this mission, and will take the role of an observer. However, if he deems the mission to be going poorly, he will take control. Everything clear? Mei asked, smiling with her eyes and lips. Of course, Naruto replied. If I'm leading the mission, I'm assuming I'll be allowed to put my own team together? He asked Mei. Oh. Of course, did you have someone in mind? Mei wondered. As this is an infiltration and intel gathering mission, stealth will be of utmost importance. I'd like to keep the number at a minimum. Naruto reasoned. Fair enough. So, who will you be taking? Mei inquired. I'll just be taking Ao. It'll be just the two of us. Naruto clarified. For the first time since their meeting, the playful smile on Mei's smile dimmed into a small frown. I did say outpost, but the place is more of a fortress. I hope you understand that while this is a test mission, it is still important, so I suggest you take it more seriously. I'd like to avoid unnecessarily risking one of my most capable officers for the sake of your pride. Don't you worry about that. The two of us will be more than enough, Naruto said confidently, waving off her concerns. I see. If that's the case, you may head out immediately. Go to the docks, and there should be a boat that will be willing to take you there, Mei said with a smile. Naruto nodded, as he strapped the sword to his back, and hung the mask to the side of his head. You can wait for Ao at the docks. I need to give him some last-minute instructions before you head out, Mei told Naruto. Naruto nodded and headed for the docks. When the tent flaps closed after Naruto left, the smile on Mei's face immediately vanished. Ao, Mei said in a low, commanding tone that oozed with authority. Yes, Mei-sama? Ao asked as he stepped closer to Mei. She was clearly about to say something that was meant for his ears only. If the mission begins to go south, leave him, Mei commanded Ao, much to his surprise. What if he is in danger? Ao questioned. Leave him to his fate. I'm not willing to risk you so he can stroke his own ego. It's not worth losing one of my most valuable officers for some pretty boy's dick measuring contest, Mei said with a cold tone. She had seen this many times before, men who would recklessly put themselves in unnecessary danger in an attempt to impress her. The methods and the people and varied, some of them had even been quite handsome. But what they all had in common was that they never returned. As such, Mei wasn't too concerned if Naruto didn't return. So what if another pretty boy went and got themselves killed foolishly? She had a war to win. She didn't have time for fools. If they wanted to throw their lives away in a futile attempt to get in her pants, they were welcome to have a date with the Shinigami. Keep a close eye on him. When you get back, I want a full report on the abilities you were able to see, is that clear? Mei commanded Ao. Ao nodded. Good. Now, unless you have any questions, you are dismissed, Mei ordered. Ao walked towards the dock, deep in thought. It was just him and Naruto infiltrating a whole fortress which was armed to the teeth. He mused over Mei's instructions as he neared the docks. Despite the flirtatious and playful facade Mei put up, she could be cold, calculating, and ruthless. Ao smiled as he pondered. That was exactly why he felt no shame in serving a woman 20 years younger than him as his leader. Thought you'd never show up. You ready to go, old man? Naruto teased when Ao got closer to the boat he was in. Humph. Back in my day, people showed respect to their seniors. Ao snapped back as he entered the small boat that held Naruto and a rower. Let's get going then. Time to see if your bite is as good as your bark. Naruto smiled. If it's a show you want, a show is what you'll get. In Konoha, with Team 7. Let me guess, you were gonna be here on time, but then one of your ANBU members suddenly and urgently needed your advice on some relationship issues they were having, but then the person they were talking about appeared, and you had to sort things out between them before you could come here. Narumi asked sassily. That was oddly specific. But yes. That's exactly what happened. How did you know? Kakashi asked in surprise. Liar. I bet you lost track of time reading that perverted book of yours, Narumi accused. The three genin looked at him in disgust, before they turned around and walked away from him. Kakashi stood there flabbergasted. Well, where is this coming from? I'm late a few times, and now I'm suddenly a pervert who loses track of time? He said to no one in particular. Hey! Get back here! A few minutes later. Ahem, so as I was about to say, before you so rudely walked away, I'll be your substitute sensei while Naruto is away on his mission, Kakashi told the team. Eh? Really? When's Naruto and Ai-chan coming back? Narumi asked. I'm not sure. It's a really important and sensitive mission, so the details are a secret. He'll be back when he gets back, Kakashi replied. So, what will you be teaching us while he's gone, pervert sensei? Sasuke asked. Hey! A man can enjoy some adult literature without being a pervert, alright. Kakashi shouted in exasperation, quite uncharacteristically. In the ANBU, he was a highly respected figure, seen as the epitome of cool, calm, and collected, an image he had carefully cultivated. In front of these three, however, he was somehow turned into a joke, something he couldn't understand. Sure, whatever you say, Sasuke replied, causing Kakashi to nod in approval. Sasuke then smirked. But you're still a pervert. Kakashi smashed a palm into his forehead. These damn kids really knew how to push his buttons. It looked like this was going to be a long day. Can we just get into the training? Kakashi sighed in defeat. Fine. I guess that's enough teasing for now. So, what will we be doing? Narumi asked. Thank you. Now we'll be working on improving your elemental affinities again. You all know how to do it, so get to it, Kakashi ordered. The genin looked at him quietly. What? Kakashi asked. That's it. You're not gonna teach us anything new? Plan a new training regimen for us? Sasuke and Narumi asked together. No need to fix something that's not broken. You all need some more work on your chakra control and elemental affinities, so that's what you'll be working on, Kakashi responded. Fine, Sasuke said tersely before turning around and finding a nice spot he could train, undistracted. The three genin walked away, each to their own spots. Lazy! Narumi spat out as she shot Kakashi a glare. Damn, a tough crowd out here, Kakashi said to himself as the genin walked away. He found a nice tree he could lay under, and pulled out his own, unbooby-trapped, copy of Ika Sensei to read under the shade. While he appeared to be reading, he was in fact deep in thought. As the genin were busy training, he had his own problems he needed to figure out. How am I gonna get these kids to not tell Naruto what happened? Should I order them blatantly? No, that'll make it more suspicious. Is there some way to underplay it, so they don't feel like it's something they feel like they need to tell Naruto? Wait, Narumi got stabbed in the stomach, and the other two learned of her Jinchuriki status. That will be difficult. Kakashi sighed. How did he get involved in this mess? Maybe I should just tell him myself. He'll be a lot angrier if he finds out we hid it from him. It feels wrong keeping something like this from him, despite my orders. Besides, what's the worst that he could do? He turned the page to his book to keep up the appearance of reading his book carefree. He looked at the fingers that turned the page. His index finger, though hardly noticeable now, was still slightly crooked, a souvenir from the last time he sparred with Naruto when he was angry. Ah. Scratch that. There's a lot he can do. Kakashi sighed again. I wish I got squished under that rock instead of Obito so I wouldn't have to deal with this shit. He felt the headband over the spot that covered his hidden eye. Heh, they would have had a field day with you, old friend. Wish you were here. At the outpost near Kiri. We're here, Ao announced quietly. So, what's the plan? I'll sneak in, get the letters, and come right back out. We get in the boat, and head back to our base, leaving them none the wiser. Naruto said nonchalantly, as if what he just said wasn't ridiculous to hear. Ao got angry. Do you see that fortress over the cliff? That's the outpost. You see all of those lights? Those are torches held by guards, who are trained shinobi, some of who are censors. Do you think this is a game? We'll need a solid plan and to have even the smallest chance of getting up there unharmed. Coming back down will be a whole different challenge of its own. Naruto picked at his ear with his pinky. Yeah? I heard you. Listen, this is my test, my mission. Let me do things my way, and you can see if things work okay. Ao huffed. Why, you little arrogant pup? Back in my day, we actually took our mission seriously. Oh, I'm quite serious. Who said I wasn't taking this seriously? Naruto asked as the boat quietly arrived at a beach that was covered by the shadow of the rocky outcropping of the cliff the fortress sat on. Do you honestly think you can get through the fortress unaided? This is usually a mission for a team of at least 4. Do you even know how many people you're gonna have to get past? You're gonna need someone to watch your back and keep an eye out for you. Do you even have any idea where the letters might be? Ao questioned dismissively. Let me see. Naruto closed his eyes and began to focus. It seems like there's 127 people in there. The largest number of them seem to be on the top floor, as if it needs to be guarded more heavily than other spots. That must be the command center. I'll start looking there. Naruto answered as he sensed the chakra sources in the fortress. That surprised Ao. How did he know that? He closed his eyes and stretched out his senses. 127 chakra signatures. He opened his eyes in shock. This pup was a sensor too? Sure, Ao was able to sense them too, but he was the most powerful sensor to come out of Kiri since the Night-Aim Mizukage. They were still quite far off from the fortress, and Naruto was able to pinpoint each chakra signature. Naruto smiled at the shocked look on Ao's face. You might want to pick your jaw off of the floor, old man. A fly might accidentally fly into your mouth. Ao closed his mouth, which he wasn't even aware was hanging slightly ajar. Now, get yourself comfortable. I'll be gone for a little bit, Naruto said as he weaved through a few hand signs. My Seigakure no Jutsu. Hiding with camouflage technique, Naruto whispered out, and began to vanish from sight, right in front of Ao. Ao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched the blonde boy in front of him become invisible in front of his very eyes. Wow, that's the Night-Aim Mizukage Jutsu! How do you know that? Ao asked in shock. A voice whispered from behind his head. Oh, you know. I picked up a few tricks here and there. Ao flinched as he turned around. He couldn't see, hear, or even smell Naruto. He focused his senses to locate Naruto. When he tried his hardest, he could sense the smallest trace of Naruto's distinct chakra. He was shocked. Ao was hailed as a prodigious sensor, and here he was, barely able to sense someone who was barely 2 meters away from him. In fact, if he hadn't known exactly what to look for, he wouldn't have known Naruto was there, even if he had his senses up. Now, if you've made yourself comfortable, I'll be on my way. A few seconds passed, and Ao assumed Naruto had gone towards the castle, but it was hard to tell since he couldn't sense the blonde. Waiting for several more minutes, when he was sure Naruto was far away, he secretly activated the Byakugan that had been implanted underneath his eye patch, a souvenir of the past Shinobi World War. Only then could he finally find Naruto visually. He saw Naruto scaling the side of the fortress, remaining undetected. Incredible! With Naruto scaled the side of the fortress noiselessly, until he reached an open balcony on the top, where 2 guards were stationed, looking out into the seas to look for any approaching rebel ships. He boldly jumped between the two, as he knew they couldn't sense him. He landed perfectly, cushioning his fall by landing on the ball of his feet and allowing his flexed knees and ankles to absorb all of the impact, and creating no noise, due to several silencing seals he had inscribed onto his sandals. He waltzed right by them, and entered the hallway that led to the command center. He easily slipped by each of numerous guards that lined the hallway, until he reached the door of the command center, which had 2 guards stationed on either side of the door. He didn't want to let the occupants know he had ever entered the fortress of an outpost, so he decided not to kill anyone. He had to wait for the door to open, and somehow slipped right in, all without alerting the guards. He used the tree climbing technique to stick his feet on the wall, and positioned himself over the door, and waited patiently for someone to either enter or leave the room. After roughly 15 minutes of waiting, the door opened, as one of the officers left to go to the bathroom. In the short opening between the man leaving the room, and the door swinging shut behind him, Naruto released his hold over the threshold of the door, and fell in the gap between the open door and the room inside. Before his feet hit the ground, he caught the door frame with his hands, and swung himself up, so his feet reached and clung to the interior wall, and let go of the door frame, before the door closed on his fingers. Naruto was inside the command center now. He took a look around to see what he had to work with. There were several guards, stationed all around the room, and several officers were seated or standing around a large central table, that had a huge map unrolled on it. They talked and discussed amongst themselves as they pointed at various points on the map. Naruto scanned the room to see if what he was looking for was in the room. On one end of the table, there was a small pile of missives and letters sent from Kiri's high command. Naruto smiled. Bingo! Naruto climbed towards the ceiling, where the beams that held up the roof were exposed. He sat on one of the beams, as he began to strategize. If he just took all of the letters, they would know something was wrong, even if he was able to do it undetected. He would have to either replace them, leave the appearance of them being destroyed, or leave the originals and take copies instead. He decided on this last option, and quickly came up with a plan to implement it. He started by casting a subtle genjutsu on everyone in the room. It was so subtle that everything was practically the same as reality. The only place affected was the part of the room the letters were in. It appeared that the letters seemed to still be there, untouched. In reality, however, Naruto had created several clones of himself to copy down the letters. With hands well practiced from his calligraphy practice for his Fuinjutsu, he and his also invisible clones quickly copied down the letters as quickly as he could. After a little over 5 minutes, he had all of the letters copied down and sealed into a scroll. There was just one last thing he needed to do before he left. Even as smart and capable as he was, there was no way he could pile up the letters in the exact same way they were in before, and someone sharp might notice. However, he had a plan of his own. Naruto had invisible clones stand near the door, undetected, while he once again positioned himself over the door. He then began to wait once again. When the man who had left earlier came back, Naruto and his clones sprang into action. When the man casually pulled the door shut behind him, letting the momentum of the door close itself as he let go, Naruto left the same way he came in. Meanwhile, one of Naruto's clones pulled the door shut with much more force, causing the door to slam shut loudly. Another clone used a weak wind jutsu to send a gust of wind at the pile of letters. Naruto then released his genjutsu on the occupants of the room *slam, ***whoosh**. Hey, watch it, you idiot! You're sending all of our orders flying all over the room! The commander of the outpost yelled at the man who just entered. Sorry, Commander. I could have sworn I didn't close the door that hard. Shut up and pick up all of the letters. I don't need your stupid excuses. Hi. The bewildered man then went on to pick up the letters. Meanwhile, Naruto jumped out of the balcony, between the 2 guards who never even suspected that an intruder had just entered and left right under their noses. Naruto landed softly in the sand, rolling once to dissipate the momentum, after his chakra-laced feet absorbed some of the impact. He then stood up and headed over to Ao. Ao had been secretly able to see Naruto's brazen actions with his Byakugan, down to the clones and genjutsu. He was shocked Naruto had been able to get away with such a bold approach. Other than the Maisegekyu no Jutsu, hiding with camouflage technique, most of his jutsu were simple ones. Naruto had been able to pull off the risky and brazen plan only due to his flawless execution. Naruto released the jutsu making him invisible, and appeared in front of Ao, holding up a scroll. Got what we came for. Now, let's get out of here. Ao could only nod. He was still speechless from what he had just witnessed. Perhaps the young pup was more skilled than he had expected. In Konoha, in front of the Tianai building. In the evening. Told you I'd get him to spill the beans, Anko said with a victorious smile. Wow. I did everything by the book. I even did that one thing with the candle you told me to try. Izumi huffed out in shock and irritation. Well, you see, Izumi-chan, that's the difference between us pros and you amateurs. Anko sneered. Izumi rolled her eyes. Whatever. You just have a scarier face. Once I grow out of my baby face stage, I'll get those jerks to sing like they were at a concert. Yeah, excuses. Anko said in a sing-song voice, dismissing Izumi. Now, if I remember correctly, someone owes me 5,000 ryo. Anko reminded Izumi as she stuck out her hand. Izumi rolled her eyes. Fine. A bet is a bet, I guess. Here's your money. She counted out a few bills and placed them in Anko's waiting hands. Ah, the sweet smell of victory. Anko hummed as she breathed in the scent of the bills. You know that's not very hygienic. Izumi advised. Sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear you, over the sound of my new fan. Anko said as she fanned herself with the bills she spread out into a fan shape. TCH, whatever. Forget I said anything. Izumi rolled her eyes again. Wonder how many sticks of dango I could get with this. Anko made a show by counting on her fingers with exaggerated motions. Don't tell me you're gonna spend all that on dango. Izumi sighed in disbelief. Of course not. What kind of girl do you think I am? Anko said in a faux defensive tone. I'll be buying sake as well. Izumi's sweat dropped. Ah, right. Of course. That makes it much better. Anko snaked her arm around Izumi's shoulders. Why don't you join me? I recently won a bet against this amateur girl who thought she was a real hard ass, so I'm loaded. The drinks will be on me. Izumi rolled her eyes again, before she started chuckling. All right. I'll take you up on that. I need a drink after dealing with this one annoying girl who thinks she's too cool for school. There's my girl. Let's get going then, shall we? Anko began to take the younger girl to her favorite bar. For the record, I heard that not-so-annoying girl actually is too cool for school. Izumi just chuckled, going along with Anko's antics. After all, if you can't beat M, join M, right? At the bar. Geez, Izumi, that's the fourth guy you turned down tonight. He had quite a cute little ass too. Anko wondered out loud. Yeah? He wasn't my type. Izumi brushed off Anko's questions with a smile. You say that about everyone. What, you holding out for Naruto or something? Anko inquired. Izumi spat out her drink. What? Naruto? Oh gods no. He's like my best friend. It would be weird to think about him like that. What? Girl, you're crazy. He's like one of the top 3 hottest guys in town, and you friend-zoned him? What, you prefer girls or something? Anko questioned. No. Of course not. It's just that he's not my type. Izumi said in defense. No, of course not. Let me guess your type. A guy with a smooth, silky black hair, a smaller frame, with soft eyes and a somewhat aloof attitude. Anko asked sarcastically. Now you're getting somewhere. Izumi gushed as she began to think about a certain man. Strong, silent, responsible type? Anko continued. Yes. Oh my. Did someone turn up the heat in here? Izumi asked as she looked around. They kill the whole clan and become an S-rank missing nin type? Anko said in a deadpan voice as she stared at Izumi with a look to match her delivery. Yes. Wait. What? What the hell? Of course not. Izumi was broken out of her daydream when she realized what Anko said. Anko chuckled. Izumi-chan, when are you gonna get over Itachi? He's a missing nin now. He almost killed your whole clan for crying out loud. That's not true. There's more to that story. Izumi cried out in defense, before she clamped her hand over her mouth. Shit. She was supposed to keep that a secret. Anko raised an eyebrow. Come again now? You know something about that incident that the rest of us don't? And no. Of course not. I'm just saying there must be more to that story. Itachi-kun would never act like that without a very good reason. Izumi tried to cover up her slip-up. Anko stared Izumi down with a stare that had broken down many of her interrogation victims in the past. Izumi tried to look calm, but she couldn't help but squirm a little under the veteran interrogator's stare. Anko decided to let it go. She was off work right now, and she didn't want to go into work mode with her friend. She'd let her keep her secrets for now. She changed the subject. Anyway, if you're not going to claim Naruto for yourself, you should hook me up with him. Anko proposed. Wait, what? You like Naruto? I was trying to set him up with Shizen-san. Izumi replied. What? Shizen-san? Sure, she's sweet, caring, nurturing, accepting, and kinda cute, but I'll wait. I see where you're coming from. Anko admitted. But hey, what about me? I can be sweet. You can ask my snakes. Anko retorted. I'm sure you are, Anko. Izumi replied. So, what makes you a good match for Naruto? Is that even a question? He's hot, and I'm hot. Have you seen me? Anko said as she stood up and spun around dramatically, presenting herself to Izumi. Did you see that? Did you see how nice my ass is? It's, very nice. Izumi didn't know how to answer. Damn right, it's very nice. Anko said as she lifted her head victoriously. All jokes aside, we get along. Him and Kakashi are some of the only guys who can deal with me, without being intimidated. I mean, if Kakashi would get his damn masked face out that damn book, and wanted to recreate the scenes with me, I'd be down, but at this point I'm not even sure he likes real women. Anko said slightly more seriously. Kakashi-san, eh? Izumi said as she rubbed her chin. Her mind began to scheme. Sure, her love was doing Kami knows what and Kami knows where, depriving of her of any love life, but damn it, if she couldn't enjoy romance of her own, she'd at least be the best damn matchmaker in this village. Anko could practically see the gears turning in her friend's head. Yes. Yes. Scheme away, my little devious mastermind. Scheme away. Get me my sexy hunk of a man. Anko cheered, as she patted Izumi on the back. In the rebels' commander's tent. This is troubling, Mei said as she read through the orders Naruto was able to copy from the outpost. According to these letters, they've been amassing a large force of over 1,000 shinobi to attack our base in Seagull Island. Ao said as he looked through the letters. This is bad. That's one of our biggest bases. We've got over 500 people there, and more than half of them are shinobi. Another officer commented. Shit! That's where Mangetsu and his brother are! Sabuza growled out angrily. When are they planning to attack? A different officer asked. According to one letter, they'll be attacking, tonight, Ao said in a serious voice. Oh gods, they won't even know what's coming, it'll be a massacre. One officer stammered out. Sabuza slammed the table with his fist. Damn it! Even if we left right now to reinforce them on our fastest ships, the earliest we could get there is by tomorrow morning. It'll be too late. How did they even know we were on Seagull Island? It's secluded, and it's an insignificant island that's mostly inhabited by seagulls. An officer shouted. It seems their informants are finally beginning to map out our bases. Mei mentioned in a calm voice, though inside she was screaming. This would be a huge loss for the already small rebellion. Still, she had to maintain her appearances of being calm and collected, for the sake of her men. She could only cry from the weight of her losses and burden of leading the rebellion when she was alone, which rarely, if ever, happened. Meanwhile, Naruto was studying the huge map that was laid out on the table, which was used for strategizing. If we leave now, I think we could reach the island in about 3 hours. Naruto quietly suggested. Look, we basically live out here in the sea. That kind of distance will take at least 12 hours. It's not like traveling over land, alright? One officer said dismissively. Geez, these mainlanders, you hear the shit they say? Ao, however, wasn't so quick to dismiss Naruto. He'd seen the smallest of glimpses into Naruto's abilities, and realized the young pup wasn't all talk. 3 hours? I'm guessing you have some secret way to travel faster? Ao inquired. Naruto nodded. He unsealed a large folded-up sheet of cloth. I had this specially made in wave. It's a sail that has ninja wire woven into it to make it extra tough. And that helps us how? A doubtful officer asked. I've got a jutsu that will help us travel faster, but it'll tear right through your average sail. If you outfit your ships with these, I'll help us get there in time. Naruto explained. How many of those sails do you have? May asked. Just enough to outfit one of your largest ships. I didn't have much time to get more, you see. Naruto replied. Ayo, how many men can we fit on our largest ship? Without any cargo? May asked. Around 150 to 200 men, May-sama. Ayo replied. Even if we send 200 shinobi to reinforce the 300 or so that are present there, we'd be outnumbered 2 to 1. Trying to escort or protect the civilians present will be a big hindrance. We risk losing even the reinforcements if we send such a small number, while gaining nothing. One officer advised. So you want her to not do anything? Let our brothers in arms just die. Zabuza snapped. Better letting them die, than losing everyone. That was the whole point of spreading out our forces, the officer retorted. Arguments began to break out all over the tent. Meanwhile, Mei was silent, as she looked over the map. Naruto, too, remained silent, awaiting Mei's orders. Okay, that's enough, Mei said quietly, but her officers didn't hear her over the commotion of their argument. I said that's enough, Mei shouted out with authority, as she released a large amount of killing intent that swept throughout the room. Everyone stopped speaking immediately. Ayo, you and Zabuza take 200 of our strongest fighters, and head over to Seagull Island immediately with Naruto. We'll send another 600 men on 3 ships, to sail there as fast as they can. Ayo, I want you to command the 200 to help our forces there hold out against the loyalists until the rest of our reinforcements can arrive, Mei ordered. But that leaves only 200 shinobi to protect this island, an officer cautioned. It's a risk I'll be willing to take. If they come here, I'll be waiting here to send them to hell where they belong. Mei hissed in a low voice, that promised pain for whoever got on her bad side. Ayo nodded. Understood, Mei-sama. He then turned to the lower-ranked officers behind him. Zabuza! I want you to gather 100 of the best fighters on the east side of the island, then head to the docks. I'll do the same from the west side of the island. Naruto-san, you go to the ship right away, and rig up the ship with your special sails. We don't have time to waste. Naruto and Zabuza nodded. Good. Now the rest of you get ready to head out as well. Time is of the essence. Everyone move out, Mei commanded, and the officers saluted her. Ayo, Naruto-kun, stay for a second. The rest of the officers ran out of the tent to prepare to set sail as soon as possible. Naruto-kun, Mei purred out. Yes? Mei-sama? Naruto replied. Mei seductively walked over to Naruto and softly caressed his cheek. If you can help my men rescue my forces on Seagull Island, I'd be very grateful, she said in a suggestive voice. She then leaned in to whisper into Naruto's ear. And I reward those who I'm grateful to, quite generously. Naruto's toes curled, and his breath hitched in his throat when he felt Mei's hot breath on his cheek, and Mei's large breasts being pressed onto his chest. Hi. I'll make sure we get there in time, and deliver a decisive blow. Naruto barely gathered his wits to reply. Mei stepped back and smiled. Good. Now get going. We haven't much time. Naruto nodded and ran out of the tent, in a hurry to leave before he made a fool of himself. Ayo. Mei called out in a serious tone once again. Yes, Mei-sama? Ayo replied as he stepped closer. How capable did you gauge him to be? Do you think he can deliver? Mei questioned her right-hand man. He mostly used basic techniques to infiltrate the outpost and steal the intel by himself, so I'm not sure of the full extent of his capabilities. Ayo explained. So, what you're saying is you don't know. Mei reasoned. I don't know everything he is capable of. Ayo continued. However, everything he did flawlessly. He is a powerful sensor, who, which I hate to admit, is on my level of sensing. His stealth capabilities are greater than any I've seen in all my years as a shinobi. He is also capable of using Konoha's forbidden shadow clone jutsu. I haven't seen him fight yet, but I believe he is more than capable of holding his own. Ayo reported. Good. Hopefully, we can see more of his capabilities in this upcoming fight. Continue to keep an eye on him, and let me know what else he can do. Mei ordered. You may go now. Ayo saluted Mei and ran out to gather his fighters. Trying to play the teasing game too, are we, Naruto-kun? Mei murmured to herself as she went back to the map on the table. She chuckled. Good. It'd be boring if you showed me everything right away. A girl can enjoy a little mystery, Mei said to herself as she planned her next moves. We'll see who wins this little game. I'll strip you bare, and have you exposed before me soon enough.